You have a rainbow outside.
Well, where's the pot of gold, John?
Fort Knox.
Yeah.
At least I hope there's a pot of gold in Fort Knox. The way the economy is going, who knows what's there?
Well, actually, we aren't on the gold standard anymore, so not so sure that's as important as it used to be.
Fort Knox has all the Clorox, Lysol, and toilet paper.
That's where it all went.
Yeah, yeah.
I was told the other day, one of the surprising items that are sold out and you can't get anywhere are lawnmowers.
Bicycles.
Bicycles are tight. Yeah.
Bicycles?
Kayaks. Can't find a
and-
kayak anywhere.
And I just tried to buy a laptop today for my daughter and I
Oh
couldn't-
yeah, laptop. I was at Walmart. I was looking at laptops, and they all had these signs, out of stock. Every single one of them.
I got a new one last week, but I ordered it a month earlier from Dell.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay,
My-
well
My
we're
washer and dryer, they broke at the beginning of August, and I got a washer in 3 weeks, but my dryer, they said it was going to be 6 to 8 weeks.
Wow. I had to
That's-
wait a month
that's
for a pack for my
inconvenient.
washing machine.
I'll tell you what. We can have all those discussions after the meeting. It's 6
Social
o'clock.
time, Hal.
It's 6 o'clock.
Work time.
So as chair of the Northwood Board of Selectmen, due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, we're authorized to meet electronically. There's no physical location. We're providing public access via Zoom and also primarily for the larger audience via live stream on YouTube. If anybody has any problems with that venue from a technical perspective, indicating that it's not working for you, please call 607-322-6232. Again, 607-322-6232. That's Susan's number. So that's the mechanism that you would use to alert us if there's any problem. And if we have problems using the Zoom venue, the meeting will be adjourned. There might not be a formal roll call for adjournment, but if we can't use the venue, it will be adjourned. So I'm going to start the meeting with a roll call. Let's see here. Matt.
Present.
Beth.
Here.
Tim.
Here.
Pam.
Here.
And Hal is here. Okay, next I'd like to have everybody rise, face the nearest flag in their area, and pledge to the flag, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. We're now going to move on to Citizens Forum. I have a request of the board to rule on 2 items that came in yesterday and today. Our guidelines say that we'd like to receive the letters by noon on Monday so that we have time to verify who the people are and that they indeed did send the letters. So yesterday afternoon, we received a letter that I personally can confirm is from Betsy. She did send it after noon, but in terms of being able to verify it, I am certain it came from her. We also have one from Ginger that came in today. I can also say that via phone this afternoon, I verified that it was her. And I guess I'd like the board's input in terms of whether or not I should read these or whether Matt should read these at this point in time. Like I said, I think we satisfied the requirement that we identified for sure who sent those, but they did not strictly meet the guidelines. And Mike, I'm comfortable with them being read, but I'd like the board's input given that they did not hit the deadline that we published. Comments on that, please?
I'm okay with them being read.
Yeah. Yeah, I see Tim saying yes.
I think I printed off Betsy's the other day and read it real quick, and then Ginger's is pretty much like a carbon copy, but a couple different little points, but they're pretty similar. So
Yeah,
if you,
yes. And I'm more responding to, look, the main reason we did it was so that we can make sure that we know who's sending these things in, so that we don't inadvertently cause problems for somebody that, you know, whose name might be used, or other issues. So I'm just trying to get a read on the board how strict we want to be. I don't want to make that decision myself.
I think the two individuals brought up some good points of it is kind of hard to get on and find the, the website and the forum and stuff like that. So
right, and that is part of the point and part of the reason why I'm seeing if the board would like to have some leeway. In addition, Tim, to your point, when people pay attention to what we're doing, like looking at the agenda in advance and sending in information, I think we want to encourage that because that might help us make some decisions. But again, that's my viewpoint. I'm looking for input from the rest of the board. Pam, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, please read the letters.
Okay, and Matt, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with it. I think, whereas, there's no doubt as to the authenticity of the authorship, and especially where we revised some of our guidelines recently around acceptable language and stuff like that. So I don't have any concerns here. If we were meeting in person, they'd get up and say what they have to say.
Right, exactly. And I think that's part of the point. So I think for now, we'll read the letters and then we can think about a little bit more whether we want to readjust the guidelines to be a little bit more accommodating or how we want to rewrite them to indicate we're handling stuff this way. But let's not delay the reading of the letters and then moving on through the rest of the agenda. So Matt, if you would you please read them into the record?
Certainly. So this is to the Northwood Board of Selectmen from Betsy Colburn, dated August 24th, 2020. In regards to the Board of Selectmen meeting 8/25/2020. In reviewing tonight's agenda, I have the following concerns and questions. 1, the 250th anniversary committee posting. Where was this posted? I could not find it anywhere on the town website, forum, or post office. Transparency, please, to be fair to all townspeople who want to apply. Number 2, highway advisory committee posting. Same comment as above. Where was this posted? Transparency, please. Number 3, sale of town equipment. The town has a policy for selling town equipment, which requires posting in public places for sealed bids to be submitted by a date and time. I could not find it posted anywhere. Number 4, the center school building. The warrant article to make improvements to this building was voted down by a large majority. No means no on warrant articles, regardless of the funding source. Number 5, EpiPens at transfer station. These are preloaded epinephrine auto-injector devices that delivers the drug epinephrine to the patient with a severe allergic to bees, etc. These are medically controlled by a doctor's prescription to the patient with a severe allergy and require medical monitoring when used. They also require monitoring of expiration date, clarity and color, and temperature they're stored at. Who is medically licensed and certified to administer this drug at the transfer station? Who is supplying the EpiPens to the transfer station? Who is medically accountable for the EpiPens? What is the liability to the town of Northwood? Number 6, federal communications grant for improved internet service. Upgrading Northwood's internet service from Atlantic Broadband to MetroCast is long overdue. The outdated equipment of 35 plus years old needs to be replaced with modern equipment that meets today's needs and is reliable.
So just to recap, that was Ms. Colburn.
That was Betsy Colburn, correct. The next letter is from Virginia Dole. Ginger. Hello all, I am submitting the following comments and questions to be read into the minutes of tonight's meeting. You can call me to verify that these comments are mine, or remind you all that if the meeting was open to the public, I would be allowed to make these comments in person and not required to have them pre-approved 30 hours in advance. Questions to the Board of Selectmen for the 8/25/20 meeting. Results of posting for the 250th Anniversary Committee / Subcommittee and the Highway Advisory Committee. When and where were these postings made? I have seen nothing and do have an interest in the 250th Committee, as well as the Facilities Committee, which was not mentioned. Detail of sale of town equipment. There has always been a procedure for sale of any town-owned items which required a posting and sealed bids. If this pertains to highway equipment, it needs more than a recommendation from the highway agent / public works foreman before a sale is completed. Community center COVID guidelines / COVID funds for center school improvements. This was warrant article 27 this past March, and the voters said no. They did not want to finance improvements to the building this year, and as the building is unused at this time, I fail to see how COVID funds can qualify to be used for the previously requested repairs. No means no. EpiPens for transfer station. EpiPens are medication, epinephrine, used to counter allergic reactions for a variety of reasons, usually food allergies such as peanuts and shellfish, among others. They are also prescribed for severe reactions to insect bites, such as bees. They require a prescription from a medical doctor, and those who would need them already have them. I fail to see why the town would purchase them for the transfer station. They have specific requirements for storage and usage, but more importantly, what is the perceived need to have any at the station? It's for bee stings. If it's for bee stings, have the exterminator come in and remove them, just as we have had many times over the years. Just because someone is stung, you don't inject epinephrine. Are you considering buying them in case someone is stung and they have forgotten to carry their own epi with them? I certainly hope you have at least called Primex to explain your plans and get their feedback as to the town's liability if they are used. A final question, are we now going to hire transfer station attendants who also have the required medical licenses to allow them to diagnose a condition requiring the use of this medication? Ginger Dole, 91 Rochester Road.
Okay, and again, that was Ms. Dole. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you doing that. And again, thank you to the citizens for looking up the agenda and commenting on it. I'd like to now move on to our regular business, and I'm looking for a motion. Actually, let's discuss the minutes from 11 August. Does anybody have any edits first so that then we can make the motion to approve as edited? Okay, I'm not hearing any, so I'm just going to make a comment here on oops, I lost my place. On page 4, where we talk about the TA's priorities, it's down around line 38. Let me try to find it. I'm pretty sure that what was put into the minutes was exactly what I said. And when you take stuff verbatim, it doesn't come out good. So it says something to the, here it is. If there's something that comes up and it isn't something that Mr. Scruton is having a hard time deciding what his priority is, he would ask that he bring it to the board. I think we could simplify that to just say, if Mr. Scruton is having troubles, if Mr. Scruton has questions about setting priorities, he can come to the board. So we'll just simplify it to that, if the board is amenable to that. Does anybody else have any other suggestions or changes? Okay, hearing none, could I have a motion to approve the minutes with that edit?
So moved.
And do I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Beth. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Matt,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Pam,
Yes.
and Hal is yes. I'd like everybody to help me out here a little bit. I think we're experiencing the same thing that we did at the planning board meeting, which is some people are coming in a little bit more delayed. If I overstep Pam's answers or anything like that, please speak up. Okay, I'd like to now move on to the consent agenda. Paul, I'd like you to read off the consent agenda if you would, please.
Sure. All right, so I have for the consent agenda for August 25th, 2020, we have the payroll manifest that's dated for August 12th, 2020. Batch number is 15028 for $67,183.88. There is accounts payable manifests dated August 19th, 2020, and the batch number is 15038 for $23,388.89. And there's also a batch number 15039 for $5,000 $441.39, and that's for COVID-19 expenditures. There is the finance reports for the expenditure report through the end of July 2020. And we also have the treasurer's report for July.
Okay, so just so people are again aware of this, many of these items, especially the manifests, the board reviews them well in advance of the meeting. We approve them electronically via, I think it's Adobe, I forget what the
Adobe.
So this is more of a formality so that the town folks know what we're spending our money on. And as with any consent agenda, does any board member want to take anything off the agenda and discuss it or approve it separately? Pam.
Question.
Go ahead, Pam. Yeah, Pam. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now.
Okay. On the reading,
Pam?
on the reading of the batch number for the payroll manifest, can you hear me?
We're having trouble. I'm going to suggest.
try. I'll go to mute.
Yeah, take the camera
I
off.
already have help.
Yeah.
It is off.
Okay, thank
It
you.
is off. I'll very quickly, payroll manifest, batch number. My batch number says 15028 and Paul read 15038. So I'm just wondering, and I do have 23388.89. So I'm just wondering if that was just a number gap or something.
Well, what do you think?
So
that number
payroll
was-
manifest.
the
15028.
Yeah, the 15028, Pam, is for the payroll manifest.
Yeah, and then
The 15038 that I listed, that was for the accounts payable manifest.
okay, so you had both. I didn't hear the 28. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good question. I would also just like to bring up, Paul, the expenditure report through July that you included in our packets is a different number and a slightly different amount, less than $2,000 than what report we used at our BudFed meeting today. So I just ask that we be real explicit on the next one in terms of which report number we're using, which should be the ones with 30, John, help me out, 30880, I believe.
I think it's 3882, but we'll check. I remember we had agreed on
Yeah.
the number.
But let's get consistent on that so that, when people like the budget committee or others are looking at them, again, it's not a big difference in number, but, it just adds to the questions that maybe we can avoid. The other thing I'd like to finish mine first, Pam, if you don't mind.
Mine's related to your first one there on the report numbers.
Oh, go ahead then, please.
Yeah, just very quickly, John. I've received, including today, 4 different report numbers. So I want to get with you and just, ask you, what's the difference? I got 4 different reports. Hal, you got 2, I got 4.
Okay, you win on that one. But no, seriously, this is exactly what we want to avoid. And even just, the time that it takes to sort through and figure out which one is which, we want to try to avoid that. So, Paul, I'm going to ask you specifically, when you're working with Greg and Glenn, let's make sure that we consistently, the first business day or second business day after the end of the month, run it using that 30882 number. John?
Yeah, one of the problems with running it the second day after, we really have to wait until Greg comes in until we get Paul trained as to how to find it. Apparently, it's so complex to find those reports, and
Okay.
so we'll work with Greg to get them out as quick as we can and get Paul trained on how to run it.
Okay, good. The related item I have is in your signature page there, Paul. Please swap out Jim Hadley's name and put in Pam's name.
Yes, I have been attempting to play with that for some time. Between myself trying to change that and the website trying to keep it, it's been a little bit of a hard struggle with it. So I will be changing that very, very intently tomorrow.
I'm sure you'll get it eventually. It's a lot to learn, but yeah, let's make sure we don't perpetuate it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so any other discussion on the consent agenda? Matt, you're muted.
Sorry about that. At least in the digital packet, there is a letter from Lamprey Healthcare that looks like it may have been intended to be on the consent agenda.
No, we're going
Is
to
that
have
on new business?
a separate discussion under new business, under community support.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Tim,
I had a question on the payroll manifest.
go ahead.
Myself, Beth, and Pam's not on it.
Do you want to speak to that, Paul?
You said for the payroll manifest?
Yeah, if I could speak to it. Susan realizes that she was having trouble with the payroll, but we'll try to get that on for next payroll.
This one that we just did, they're on
Yeah,
that
you
one.
missed 3 selectmen.
I saw their names on there.
Anyway, moving on.
Okay.
We'll
Okay,
figure it out.
okay.
If I don't get paid, I'm not showing up next meeting.
I'll tell you what, you let me know, I'll give you the cash so you show up.
So it'll be my fault. Sorry.
Give me your account number, Hal. You can transfer it over.
Would that be easier?
Yeah.
This happened last time too, though. The same. And Pam didn't get paid the month before because he said it was. Remember, it had Jim's name on
Jim
it.
was still collecting.
Yeah.
Well, it gives me the option at the beginning to pick biweekly, and then once a month I do monthly, and that's what I just did on the one I did yesterday. So
Right, because I sent an email and I said that, and then supposedly it was fixed, and we still weren't listed.
I could have sworn I saw your names.
No.
Do you have the payroll manifest from yesterday?
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, let's make a note that we need to resolve it and
Because you wouldn't be on the one from 2 weeks ago.
No, the one yesterday I did. We weren't on it again, and I sent 2 emails saying that, and no response. And I sent one again today.
Right. Go get him, girl.
And I get my nails done.
okay. John and Pam will sort this out. But yeah, if anybody's running short of cash, I'll take out a bank loan and front you. No, seriously, yeah, we need to get this straightened out, but let's not do it during the meeting. Let's try to figure it out when we're back at the office. Okay, any other points we want to bring up related to the consent agenda? Okay,
Motion to move the consent agenda?
motion to approve by Pam. Do I have a second? By Tim. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Beth,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Pam,
Yes.
okay, thank you. Matt
Yes.
and Hal is yes. Okay, thank you. Next up on the agenda is items that John wants.
Question one, too.
Did somebody else want to speak? Okay. So next up on the agenda are items that John wanted to bring up. John, please go ahead.
Yes, we made a couple of changes on the webpage in response to questions. The citizens comment address is now on the homepage for someone who wants to put a message to the for citizens comment to make it easier to find. Under the news page is both the 250th anniversary committee and the highway advisory committee now. So that has been done. The next item I wanted to request is the permission to send a letter of support for a grant for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services on behalf of Pleasant Lake Preservation Association to help deal with Gulf Road. It's scheduled for improvement in 2 years, major work, and they want to apply for this grant to a watershed assistance grant to help make sure that the improvements that are made to the road also do not adversely affect the water quality.
Okay.
So can I have permission to submit that letter of support?
John, do you need a motion to do that, or is it just a discussion and general agreement?
Either general agreement, I just need something in the minutes that reflect that I have permission to do it.
Let's do it with the motions. That way you can refer to it. Do I have a
I'll
motion
make a motion.
to allow John to send that letter?
I'll make a motion. Motion that we send a letter of support for the association grant to improve Gulf Road
Okay, thank you.
watershed.
Second.
And we have a second. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, roll call vote. Tim,
Yes.
Pam.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Matt,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
and Hal. Yes.
The next item has to do with the selectmen's meetings. You're scheduled for a meeting on September 8th, which of course is election day, primary day. I would suggest that you move the meeting to September 1st and perhaps both the 1st and the 15th to have meetings, or at least set one for next week for the 1st.
How do the other board members feel about that?
Yes.
Any objections to doing that? Okay, I'm not hearing any objections, John, so let's get it posted and you and I can.
So the 1st and the 22nd still?
Well, I'll add the 1st, and on the 1st, we can discuss if we need one on the 15th, or we go until the 22nd, if that's acceptable.
That's okay with me.
So at this point, yes, Beth, 1st and 22nd.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So I'm just, bear with me, I'm going to make a note. 8 September goes to, okay. What else, John?
I have a resignation letter for a ballot clerk. Please, this is from Linda Smith. Please accept my resignation as ballot clerk effective immediately. Thank you for the opportunity to serve the citizens of Northwood in this position.
Okay, as a former moderator, I'd just like to say Linda has really been, she's just been like a rock through all the elections, being there, helping us. It's just been really good to have her helping with that. And I'll just say personally, that's going to really be missed. I know we have other people that are going to be stepping up, and I think they'll do just as good a job. But Linda did, I mean, just watching her work through the details very diligently, making sure we got all the numbers and things right. It's a tedious job, and she really did a good job on it. So I just want to personally thank her, myself and for the town. Anybody else want to make any comments before we have a motion to accept her resignation?
Thank her for her service. Thank you, Linda.
Yeah, thank you, Linda.
She's here down bottom.
So I'd like a motion to accept her resignation with regrets, please.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second?
Seconded by Beth. Any further discussion?
Second.
Hearing none. Pam, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Okay, thank you. Matt,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
and Hal is yes. And again, she's going to be missed. Okay, what else, John?
There has been problems out by Lucas Pond related to a small piece of land owned by the town on which an abutter has been encroaching and resulting in a dispute with people who want to use that as access. I'd like to thank Linda and Scott LaCroix, our building inspector, for working on it. They continue to work on it as far as trying to get the issue resolved. So I just wanted to give that update. The next thing I wanted to give an update on.
Hold on a second. Does anybody have any questions about that? I know Beth, I think you had asked about this, correct?
Yeah, so I appreciate the update for us, but is someone going to contact the people that this is regarding? Because she's been waiting for an answer since last summer.
I asked Scott to contact her.
Okay, thank you.
Let me double check that happened, but.
Yeah, make sure there's a follow-up because this can't go on much longer.
Yep. I've got that woman's email. I don't know if I have her phone number, but I'll ask, I asked Scott to follow up and I'll double check that happened.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, John.
We can't always solve everybody's problems, but we need to at least be responsive to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so thank you. Yeah.
The next one I was asked about the status on updating people on recycling. Chris's comment back was that he's relying on word of mouth, that everyone should be familiar with what they're collecting because it really isn't changing. What is changing is where it goes after it gets to the transfer station. So I just wanted to update you on that so that September 1 we'll be making the transition to the new vendor.
Looks like Beth has a question on that, John.
I thought we
Question.
talked about getting signs for that because we are changing what we're doing. There's certain plastics. We talked about that.
Chris says we're not changing plastics. I thought we were too. From
Yeah,
the
he said we
discussion.
were.
We were looking into buying signs and putting them up by the cardboard plastic for the different grades or whatever that, numbers, plastic. So we might want
We
to
should
check with the
circle
road
back.
agent.
I will ask him again about that.
If we were,
About putting signs up for different grades of plastic. Even if we're not changing in terms of what we're taking, at least inform the public as to what we're taking. I know where I take
Right.
mine to the town I live in, I'm still confused as to the numbers, 1 through 6 or whatever numbers count.
That's why I thought we waited till September. That way he had time to get signs and people had the warning of it.
There were supposed to be signs up already. He said he was going to get signs made and come, teach people this month. And then come September 1st, everybody should be on board. So
Apparently he
The
has
lack
been
of-
talking about it, but there's no
1, 2, 5,
signs yet. So I'll talk to him about signs.
Thank you.
Matt, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to
5,
jump in.
7.
It was one of, at least my major reasoning in voting to push it off a little bit was in order to cut down on the likelihood that we were going to get slapped with that excessive contamination fee. So if, without some additional public education, then we could have just jumped right in. So I'm a little disappointed that we didn't do more in that regard.
I'll talk to him about it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, John. Any other discussion on that or any other suggestions? Beth, please go ahead.
I have a question about something else that John had brought up already. Can I talk about that? Or should I
Oh,
wait?
yeah, we're circling back. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize your earlier.
I did notice that the committee for the 220 or 250 is up. That was up today. But you had just mentioned asking for people to join the committee for the highway advisory. I thought Chris was going to contact the highway advisory committee and the facility committee because we were merging the two committees. Because there are already people that are on the committees. Either they were elected, I believe, or they were appointed. We were going to see if they still wanted to be on the committee. And then if they didn't, we were going to go advertise for that. Right?
Yeah, that's what I recollect as well. I still think having it on the website is probably good for people to be aware about it, but I'll make sure that contact was made as far as merging the two committees.
Well, merging, and also I think to Beth's point, let's not forget that some people were appointed and probably, if we prompt them, will be interested in participating again when we start meeting again. I mean, they were interested before. Hopefully, they continue to be interested. So,
who has a list of the membership of the two committees?
It's in the 2019 report, John.
Town report. Okay.
Yeah.
And no changes since then.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. We'll start there.
Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Yeah. No. Good points.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I rushed things a little bit. Does anybody else have any points or questions on previous items that John asked about or talked about? Okay, so Beth, I'm sorry that I didn't see.
That's okay. I
Okay. John,
I asked Greg to do the MS 434, which is a form that needs to be filed with the state by September 1st on any revision made to revenues. He made a few revisions. The net impact is that we're down in what we're projecting to receive, so that we're projected to receive about $24,000 less than was predicted by the budget committee when they did the 737. So been a slight on a projection of $1.9 million is a drop of 24,000. It is what we'll look at is for projecting for year-end revenue. The next item.
Hold on a second, John, just so we're sure. Anybody have any questions on that or any concerns on that? Okay, just wanted to give a little pause there, John. Thank you.
I have an email from Savannah in which she asked for the appointment of Nancy Borman and Leisha Nelson as ballot clerks. And I'd like a motion, and then we'd send a letter and I'll send out on Adobe for getting the signature signed on the appointment sheets.
Yeah, I have to say that on this one, I am virtually certain we approved Nancy Borman earlier, but because I didn't have a chance to check the minutes on that, I'm going to recommend that we vote to appoint her at this meeting, just so we're sure. Nancy helped out on several other elections, just as like a volunteer or a greeter and stuff, did a great job. So we don't want to miss the opportunity to get her into the fold here, especially with Linda leaving. So do I have a motion to appoint Nancy and Leisha?
So moved.
Second.
And second by Tim. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Matt,
Yes.
Beth,
yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Pam.
Yes, yes, yes.
There's only two people you're voting for. Okay, and Hal is yes. Thank you. John.
Also in that letter, she indicated she was missing the appointment letters for a number. So I'd just like to be able to write a letter confirming that the board has appointed Deborah Ward, Kurt Schreiber, Dana Hutchcraft, Kenneth Curley, Ann Albert, and Judy Burke just to make sure the record is complete, that those all have been appointed.
They all have. I know we just did Judy, and I remember Mr. Curley and the others, and Deborah Ward and the others were actually quite a few meetings previous, but they were definitely appointed.
Yeah, can I just send a letter confirming that?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, and we need the letters there, what do you call it? Their appointment letters going down to Savannah.
Yes.
And so that then they can come in, take their oath and blah, 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 you know, all the paperwork.
Right. The last thing I have under my items, we have been working with an attorney and planning to start eviction proceedings on the property on Sky Farm Road that the town acquired by tax deed. The building inspector was going to be citing it for junkyard violation. Then he found out he'd be citing us because the town owns it. So we'd like to proceed with the eviction process because the person from whom it was taken for non-payment of taxes is still there and is collecting automobiles.
So what's the board's pleasure? John, are you looking for a specific motion?
Yeah, I'd like just a motion to allow proceeding with eviction proceeding.
What is the clause of having that guy pay for the cleanup while all the cars get out of there? I don't want the cars left for me to be cleaned up. You know what I mean?
Well,
We gotta,
if we have to clean up the cars, we can deduct that from whatever we get for selling the lot from the money we give back. In other words, if we sell it, we have to give back to him the any profit, as it were, over and above costs. And if we have to clean it up, that all gets figured as part of the costs that is
Okay.
deducted from what he would get back.
no, as long as we're covered. No, appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, good question. Other questions or comments before we get into a motion and vote? Beth?
I think even if we do have it though, we still should clean it up because it's not fair. The neighbors have to see that.
Oh, I fully agree.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, okay.
Yeah, I think Tim was just asking, what's the mechanism for recovering the money?
Okay.
The cost to do that, and
I
John,
don't want just to wait until it's sold and then,
No.
Yeah, okay.
We clean it up soon and then
okay, thank you.
collect this when.
okay, oh, that was a good clarification. I see what you're saying, Beth. Yeah, okay, I understand now. So what Beth was saying, just so the public understands, John's going to proceed with the eviction. If we vote in the affirmative, John will proceed with the eviction process. But in the meantime, we are also going to work on cleaning up the property because the expectation is that if we sell the property, there'll be money that can cover those costs. So there's no reason to wait and continue it being an eyesore for the neighbors.
One slight clarification. We don't start the cleanup process until we finish the eviction process. So we have to evict him, then start the cleanup process.
Oh, okay, then that's my error. I'm sorry. I think Beth, are you clear on that? And I'm comfortable with that?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, so do I have a motion to begin eviction proceedings on the Sky Farm Road property?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second by Tim. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Beth,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Pam,
Yes.
Matt.
Yes.
It's that time delay down on,
Oh, nice. I like
Good,
that.
Pam.
And Hal's, yes. Okay, so thank you.
Dramatic pause before the vote.
gotta be
Yeah.
that time delay down on Old Turnpike Road somewhere.
Okay. John, what else?
Don't get me
I was going to comment on the first item on old business, but I'll wait until you go there.
Okay, well, it's 6:42, so we have a little bit of time before our first appointment. Do you want to move right on to that, John?
Yes. It was asked to give an update on Bow Lake Bridge status. Basically, the precast drawings are expected this week for review. So that it appears that that's on schedule. As long as the casting is complete by around September 15th, they should be good. They still are working on the dewatering plan, which they need to have to DES to get that approved. And they're going to be informing anyone of any of the school in the town of any delays if such occur. But at this point, they believe they're on schedule according to Northeast Earth Mechanics.
Questions by anybody? Tim, go ahead, please.
They have a time schedule of like when they're gonna start, so they'll put out the detour package all pre-approved and all that? Okay,
Yes, I've seen it, but I don't have it with me right now.
okay, no. I'm sure that's not the first project they've worked on, so I'm sure everything will be covered.
Yeah, I think you're dealing with some experienced people that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, and I guess after reading the note that you sent earlier this afternoon, John, it became a little bit clear to me. We have the permits approved. Now, part of the permitting process includes submitting a plan for dewatering, but it doesn't mean we don't have the permit. We have the permit. Now we're just fulfilling the requirements of the permit by submitting the different components for their review. Is that correct?
As I understand it.
Yeah, okay. If that is different or you learn that's different, please let us know. But I'm interpreting it like we have the permits. We now are just fulfilling the requirements of the permit for the different components. Okay. So there's no vote on that. That's just an update, correct, John?
That was just an update.
Okay. Do you want to move on to the next item?
I'd like to ask the board to appoint Scott LaCroix, our building inspector, to be the deputy health officer. I'm still not clear on the status of Jackie. I noticed the fire chief is here. Mark is here. I don't know if he has a definite resignation as to her as health officer, but either way, I think we got to appoint Scott to one or the other of the two positions, depending upon which is vacant.
Should we ask, is the board amenable to having Mark speak?
Yes.
You got some information, yeah. It's been 2 weeks. We still don't know anything, so.
Yeah, Mark, how about you fill us in on what you know?
Well, I've reached out to Jackie a number of times and had no response. But she did leave the water sampling bottles at the fire station. So I assume that means she's not really interested in doing that anymore. But that's all the information I have.
Okay.
My suggestion is we appoint Scott, send it up to the state with that information and see if they'll appoint him as either health or deputy health. So we get somebody here that can sign off on school plans and things like that.
Okay, so what's the board's pleasure? Do we appoint?
So moved, if you want to make a motion.
Well, I guess what I'm wondering is, do we want it as a motion to approve him as the deputy or as the health officer? Matt.
So my preference would be to appoint Scott as the deputy and then conduct a search for a health officer. I actually had a conversation with someone in town just the other day who I think would be an excellent candidate and was showing some interest in the position. So if we can make the decision that we are in fact opening a search for a health officer, we can appoint Scott, the deputy, in the meantime. So we've got that box checked and we're covered. And I know Mr. Young would be very happy for us to go to get that finished as well. But I think we could then find somebody, if we can. I think at this point it's safe for us to conclude that Ms. Lambert is no longer interested in the position of health officer.
Okay, so even though if you're concluding that she's no longer in the position, you would still recommend appointing Scott as the deputy as opposed to the sheriff, so to speak.
That'd be my preference, because then that way we can say, okay, we're opening a search for a health officer, and if our assumption is incorrect, then we've got the opportunity to rectify that, as opposed to taking action to replace somebody who maybe didn't want to give the spot.
Gotcha. Does everybody understand what Matt was saying? So it sounds to me like then, Beth, you agree, and Pam, you agree?
Yeah.
You understand? Okay, and then it sounds to me like we're looking for a motion to appoint the deputy. So I got a yes from Pam to appoint Scott as the deputy. We got a second from Tim.
I'll make the motion.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, this is a roll call vote to appoint Scott as our Deputy Health Officer. Tim,
Yes.
Pam. Oh, gosh, no.
Yes.
You need a little yes on the bottom of your mug too. Matt,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
and Hal is yes. Okay, thank you.
So John, if you can send me details on the full-time position, not the full-time position, but the health officer position, so I can pass those along to the person who was interested in it, just in terms of compensation and stuff like that. I didn't know the answers to the question she was asking.
There,
And let's make sure we post
there
it.
is, there is in the
Spirit
budget,
Advocate.
there is in the budget about just under $7,000 in the health department. And I'm not familiar enough with the budget to know if that was intended to be for both the deputy and the health officer, or if it's just for the health officer, or how that works. So if anyone's listening and send me an email to clarify that from a budget standpoint, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, John, I think Matt is also asking a little bit different question. Let's dig up what we were paying Jackie and at least, indicate what pay grade we're talking about, and then we can talk about what step and things like that.
Right.
I think that's what you were getting at, Matt.
That's what I was asking for. Yep.
Yeah, and
Okay.
then separate, we need to fill this position. There's no question. Separately, we need to deal with, how much money we have or don't have, and either find it or, not have to worry about it. But I think Matt's worried about moving this forward. And I think we're all in agreement on that. So let's get that information out there. And I guess as a board, are we saying that we also want to post this just so it's open to everybody for consideration?
I think we should.
Okay. I don't think we need a motion for that. That's, I think, more just general procedure. Okay, just,
I have a question.
oops, go ahead, Beth.
I have a question regarding, we have so many jobs posted on our website, but what else are we doing to get these positions filled? Like we need to hire a second person for the highway department because jobs can't get done with just one person. Chris can't, no matter how wonderful he is, he can't do the ditching to get the roads ready for winter. We need to have that position filled so we have a plow driver come winter. Like we need to actively be looking to fill that position, not just have it on our website.
I told Chris today he had to work on that one. And I don't know.
We talked about that at the last meeting.
I know. It's hard to find sometimes, some people.
Well, I noticed now there's a great big DOT sign right on Route 4 saying they're looking for help. Like they got a big sign on Route 4. We have like this on our website.
Well, we could go to that sign on Route 4 and put our number in there.
I have a Sharpie.
Us too.
I just don't know if we're ready for winter. I mean, he's
Yeah.
doing all he can, but he's just one person. We haven't had two people for over a year.
I'll tell you what, I think this warrants more than just a side discussion, to tell you the truth. And Beth, I'm sort of recollecting the same thing as you. We've had some of these discussions. How about I put this down as a focus topic for next meeting, which will be in just a week. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, we need to definitely try to get the position filled before winter comes.
Well, and here's the point I was going to make. If through the ways we're doing it now aren't working, then we as a board need to talk with John about other approaches or talk about temp agencies or something like that. And that's why I'm saying I personally am not quite ready to have that more detailed discussion just sort of off the cuff. I think it'd be good for all of us to think about this and think about other ways that we could do this. And then at the next meeting, let's agree on a plan and ask John and Chris to give their input and then move forward unified.
So can we have Chris invited to the next meeting as well, please?
Say that again, please. I didn't hear you.
Can we invite Chris to the next meeting?
Yeah. Oh, I think he needs to be part of that discussion. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't. So that'll be for I keep saying the 8th. It's the 1st, right?
Right.
Tuesday.
So this is, I'm going to put it down as hiring in general. And then we also need a more specific discussion on the highway / road work. Correct?
Yep. Thank you, Hal.
Okay, no, I think that's, yeah, we can't keep kicking the can down the road. And, you know, as we're learning with other things, you know, you can want to do all the stuff you want, but if you don't have the resources, it's not going to get done. You know, simple. Okay, so anything else on the deputy health officer? We did take that vote, correct?
Yeah. Remember
Yeah.
Pam had her cup?
No,
Right, yeah, thank you. Okay, then I think we did talk about the posting for the anniversary committee / subcommittees, but I think, John, we got it up there on the website. Let's make sure we extend that then for what? What's the board's pleasure? Another week, 2 weeks, month? Maybe till maybe till the meeting on the 22nd of September or?
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll see what we have at that point then for that committee. And again, what we're looking for now is just people expressing their interest. Then we'll let them meet first, talk about charter and things like that, so that it's truly grassroots. Anything else related to the anniversary committee posting? Okay, I'm going to check that one off. And then I guess we already had the discussion on the highway advisory posting also, but I'm going to just ask, does anybody want to add anything else to that discussion? Because I think we're following essentially the same thing, with the caveat that we are going to approach the people that are already appointed or had been appointed previously to make sure that we include them. Matt.
I believe we had said that there wasn't any changes between what was listed in the town report and today, but I believe we did put Mr. Strobel on
Oh, right.
several weeks ago. So
Yes, that is one change that we did have. Yes, thank you, Matt. Very good point.
We voted.
and
I know Marion Knox and Greggy Bain are, out. Their terms expired. Well, Greg moved out of town.
Yeah,
And like I said, we voted Mr. Strobel in on July 14th.
okay. Okay, so we do have some
and
slots to make up for. Pam, please.
yeah. In my packet, there was a letter of interest for someone that wanted to be appointed to the Highway
Ooh.
Advisory Committee.
Yes, maybe we can get some recommendations from somebody on the board regarding that person.
A reference?
A reference, yeah.
How good can a dog catcher be? Come on.
Exactly.
No, thank you for bringing that up, Pam. Does anybody on the board object to having that discussion now before we have a complete or the return on the posting? I'll just say right up front, I think it's important to get people on these committees. If we have folks that are interested, my preference would be to appoint them. And as we get more people that are interested, keep adding them as opposed to waiting and waiting. Because I think even with a core group of people, we can make some progress. So would people feel comfortable making a motion? Does anybody feel comfortable making a motion to appoint John Boudreau to the Highway Committee?
I will. He's very qualified. I'll make a motion.
Can I
I'll
read?
second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to appoint
Question?
John. Is there discussion on that?
Question?
But Pam's,
Yes.
Oh, Pam, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're breaking up on me. Please go ahead.
Okay. Let me go to off screen here. All right. Should we read a little bit of his letter just so those watching know his qualifications? Because we so
Yeah,
far
that-
have not said much more than his name.
Yeah, do you mind reading it?
So
Please?
I have it in front of me. Would you like me to read it?
Please.
Yeah. It's to the Northwood Board of Selectmen. I humbly request that I, John Boudreau, be appointed to the Highway Advisory Committee. As some know, I served as road agent for a short time, helped with the warrant to change the elected position to a full-time position. I also have over 20 years experience in the highway public works field, being a former public works foreman. I was responsible for road construction, drainage, snow removal, and town building maintenance, as well as dealing with contractors and firsthand with citizens. I have held licenses in water distribution and treatment. I feel my knowledge would best serve Northwood in helping to develop a future plan to continue to improve the service of the highway department for the people. Respectfully, John Boudreau. So I just wanted that in the record.
I think that was great that you read that, Pam. We have it in our packs, but the public doesn't know what we know. So that was good.
And he takes the trash out for me. So there you go.
Whoa. Well, sounds like a positive reference to me. Okay. So is there any, so do I have a motion? Actually, we have a motion. Do we have a second on that?
Oh, we did. If
Yeah.
not, I'll second.
Yeah, you-
Okay. Thank you, Matt. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote. This is to appoint John Boudreau to the Highway Advisory Committee. Pam,
Yes,
Matt,
Yes.
Beth.
Should I abstain?
Ooh, it's not a paid position.
There's no requirement to.
It's
yes.
not a paid position.
So, You'll
Hmm.
be gone
Is that
one
more
night a
noticeable?
month. Okay.
Whoa, taking that as a yes. And Tim,
Yes.
okay, and Hal's yes also. Okay, so it's 7 o'clock. How about we just take a 2-minute break to refresh, and then we'll come back with our appointments, starting with the Benedettos.
Beth, can you let your significant know? We have to send him an email.
Yeah, I'll let him know. Thank you.
So Matt, that was really good news on the, I'm going to wait till you read the letter. Sorry.
Don't steal the thunder.
Yay, Matt. That's all we'll say.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
He's not just another pretty face.
Well, I am that. But I got this new desk light that makes my forehead all shiny. How am I supposed to ever get reelected with a shiny forehead? That's how Nixon got sunk.
Oh, geez, I didn't know that. Hold on.
That's true.
Okay, I think Pam's back, and well, Tim's unmuted, so I'm sort of thinking he's back. Okay, very good. I'm a little bit concerned because I'm seeing Mr. Benedito is connecting to audio.
He has been for like 20 minutes, so.
I'm wondering if there's an issue there.
He may be on phone.
Is
Who's in
Susan?
charge? Can they mute him and then unmute and see if that works?
We need Susan's. Let's just see.
Oh, yeah.
Susan?
I don't see the option here. Maybe Susan has one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not, I don't think he's really connected. I think he's trying to connect.
Can we bump him out then he can re-sign in maybe?
Yeah,
I'll
and,
kick him out.
and maybe, Susan, maybe what we could do, was Linda online? Yes, she is. So
She's here.
maybe we could, the royal we, maybe,
Oh, no,
would you please,
I can't kick him out because then he won't be able to come back.
but can you text him or something like that on the,
Can you send him a private chat like we do down bottom?
Yeah,
yeah,
only if he has his chat feature on. I'm not sure he's in that far.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Might be on.
He's
He could
showing
have
up in the
one.
chat window.
okay.
He's
Let's try
scheduled.
that.
We should go.
Let Susan try to work that issue with Mr. Benedito.
Let me give you a phone number, Susan. 365-5656.
To call him.
Call him.
Okay, yeah, so Susan, did you get that number?
Yes. hold on.
Okay.
While we do that, should we move on to the planning issue and then come
Yeah.
back?
Yeah, I think that'd be the best, so we keep things moving along, and Linda's online, so I think we can do that. I see James is here also, and Bob and Jennifer, so.
Jennifer's here, yeah.
I guess, so what we're doing right now is we're moving the appointment for Linda Smith and the Stratford Regional Planning up on the agenda till we can get Mr. Benedito audio working. I want to start this discussion by saying thank you to Linda
This is
for
Mr. D.
documenting everything. I thought it was a real good
Okay, so
documentation.
you know I'm calling you.
Susan,
So
can you mute yourself?
Oh, Susan, yeah, please mute
sorry.
yourself, yeah. So, yeah, so I just want to say, I think Linda did a good job of documenting things. It was, for me, very clear and concise, so thank you for pulling all that together. I think that helps us understand and come to the meeting prepared, so thank you. I'll let you present what you want to, given that, you've done a good job on the documentation, so if you just want to cover some of the highlights or go over specifically what you'd like us to do, that's fine, however you want to play it.
Okay. The reason I'm bringing this forward tonight is to inform the board of the current situation with the Stratford Regional Planning Commission, the status of the contract. And I will just give a quick overview and then I will turn it over to them if you have any additional questions beyond what's on your paperwork. Basically, last year in 2019, we had a default budget. Was originally proposed that the planning contract would be a set amount, and we had the default budget, which was several $1,000s less. They were able to work within that number, and we looked at what was pending at year end and what was anticipated, and it was understood that we definitely needed to increase the proposed amount under the contracted planning services. That was done by the budget committee, approved by the budget committee and the selectmen to move that number up. And the adopted number again was a default budget. So there is quite a difference between those two numbers. And because of the volume of and number of cases and the volume of work that has transpired to this point with our planner, we are at a situation where we are not going to be able to have funding for the work that needs to get done through the end of the year. We don't anticipate that what is left will be able to accomplish the same and maintain the same level of service that we've had. I've had discussions with both Jen, the executive director, and James, our planner. And we have some ideas how we could cut a little bit here and there, but the professionalism and the talent that James brings to our land use department and to the planning board is very specific, and he has been a tremendous asset to the land use department. And we are recommending that the board look at the shortfall and see if there is any way that we can continue on with a contract with them, a number that will be closer to their contract number. Jen will come on and go over some of that with you, what they're proposing. And we'll go from there. I don't know if you have any other additional questions. If you all have the sheet that I did, it shows the proposed, adopted, and actual for the last 4 years, and then this year's and where we are currently. The $2,400 has been paid for the assessing contract. So that brings the number down to about 24,000 that was actually in the adopted budget for Stratford Regional, and the contract signed by the Board of Selectmen is for 32,000.
Okay, so Linda, I just want to make sure we're asking the right questions for you and making sure we put this in the right context for the select board. We had proposed 34,400. That did not come through because it was the default budget. Then I'm looking on the next page where you have some projected billing coming out to 31,000 and change, and then a line under that says contract amount 32,000. Is that the number that we should be focusing on?
Well, the 32,000 is your contract amount.
Okay.
I think it might be helpful at this point because Jen was the one who came out, who did the projected numbers with James.
We're putting her on the hot seat, huh?
They helped come up with the numbers that are the projected numbers.
Yeah.
So it may be helpful to have them address those numbers.
Sure. Jen, do you want to speak?
Sure, I'll jump in.
You sound real enthused.
Look out for that bus coming up behind you. Gonna run you over.
Our contract with the town is currently for 32,000, and as Linda said, that was an increase over the prior years, predominantly given increased caseloads that the board has seen, as well as wanting to be able to reserve some time to do some planning work. And the caseload has kind of continued to increase this year as well. And we fully understand that the budget did not pass. And this conversation was prompted by me reaching out to Linda and saying, I know your budget didn't pass. I think we need to amend the contract to reduce the total amount of the contract so that it matches your default. The concern though was being able to maintain the level of services. So what Linda had asked us to do was to look at the remaining months and what we can guess will be the workload in the remaining months. The objective was to make sure that we can continue to provide a consistent level of service with a little bit of belt tightening. So looking at how, can we reduce down from the 32,000, and just kind of looking at it, we feel very confident that we can very easily get it to 31,000. And if with a little bit further kind of tightening things up, get down to 30,000. We're already at the end of July at 19,400 that's already been billed against the contract. So that gives you a little bit of perspective of where we are already with kind of workloads associated. My understanding was that from Linda's, I'm working also off of Linda's numbers for what passed in the budget, that 28,639 is what passed in the budget. We need to deduct out the 2,400 that was used for CAI and Access GIS. So that left 26,239. So what we're looking at is a budget shortfall of about 3,700 to 4,700 in that range.
Okay, and Jen, just so I understand, last year, excluding those other items that you mentioned, our expenditures there were 30,970. Is that correct, or does that include some of the old numbers too?
I believe that includes some things beyond the staff circuit riding contract. Okay. I do not have the actual finals from last fiscal year, our last calendar year in front of me. I know that we looked at where the year was at as it was progressing and recognized that it was going to be tight. And so one of the things that we have the ability to do for our dues paying communities is to offset costs with other revenue sources. And so anything that had a transportation nexus, we used some of our discretionary transportation local technical assistance funds to provide additional services that would have traditionally been under the circuit rider contract. So we essentially made your contract go a little bit further than it would have otherwise by bringing in other resources.
Understand and appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think bottom line to the board here is we are projecting here a shortfall of $3,700 approximately. So in round numbers, $4,000. I'll just reiterate.
A little higher.
Pardon? Oops. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'll just reiterate.
She said up to like 4,700 tops, maybe. So you need to be prepared for that.
Pam, you're breaking up a little bit. Would you mind?
Let me go off.
She said 37 to 47, so we want to make sure we're covered up at least 47.
I'm off.
Yep. Jen, can you clarify? Is it 37 or 4,700? We're off.
Yeah. So
to get to a total of 31, which was the kind of the best case scenario with just a little bit of prioritization of planning board tasks, that would be off by the 47. If we did a little bit further prioritization and kind of careful consideration of workloads and make sure that we're using James's time as efficiently as possible, 30,000. And so that would be the 37. Honestly, we understand that you have a default budget and that things are tight. And our main objective here is to make sure that we can live within your means. So we will, we'll do what we need to do to help get you across the finish line and continue to provide excellent services from James.
Okay, so does everybody understand the issue? They are projecting, if we keep the current service levels at where they are based on the workload that we're expecting and the cases that we already have and are anticipating, they're expecting that this particular line on the budget will come in $4,700 more than what we have budgeted. And I think the board needs to weigh, what do we do with that potential overage versus what service we need to provide to people coming to the planning board in terms of hearing their cases and preparing for them properly. I'll just reiterate what Linda said. I think it would be almost impossible to do our job without the support of James.
I have input.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at it from the Budfin position. And seeing that we looked at some readjustment of categories today. We are perhaps in a situation where we, budget-wise for the town, might be able to absorb that. It puts us back to where last month. But we position this vital service. I can testify that it's a extremely important service to this town. I would love to see 37. If we had to eat the 47, we could do it, but it's going to require some tightening of the belts on other lines. So I am of the impression, and Hal, you back me up on this, I'm looking at the 4th XL versus the July one. There's a little gap in leeway, the August 25th, excuse me, and the August 4th. There's a little leeway. We can do it money-wise. So that would be my feeling, is that it can be done.
Okay, so, Pam, I think you brought up 2 points. One is how to deal with this particular issue. And then I think the second thing is, I'm going to just put on my notes a more detailed discussion of everything related to the Budfin work that we did for our September 1st meeting.
Fine.
Yeah. So I'm just going to paraphrase. Pam is saying the service is important. It's $4,700, and she thinks we have, with some diligence and scrutiny of the rest of the budget, we can make this happen. So I'm thinking that she's in favor of at least going with what Jen recommended. Does anybody else want to state their position, or should we take it right to a vote? Matt?
So I'm certainly in favor of, coming up with the money to expand to keep up.
That's a good way of saying it. Thank you.
One of the things that I'm scrolling through right now are the rest of those budget lines under planning and development. There's a couple of spots where we may be able to squeeze some things out even within the department. But regardless of where it comes from, I think it's a vital service that we need to come up with it. Things have been so tough this year with COVID and everything else that this is not the moment to cut back. So
it's not the moment to cut back on this component, is what you're saying. Okay. Tim, did you want to speak to this, or you're comfortable? What about you, Beth?
We really don't have a choice, do we? I mean, we need the services.
Well, the choice would be this, in my mind. We would basically use James's services up to the point where we run out of the money. And then at that point, the planning board's on their own.
Well, not totally on their own. They have 2 other staff people.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, yeah, you're right, Lynn. That came off a little off.
So
wrong.
how much longer do you think our money will get? We'll get another month out of it, or?
So that honestly depends on what we get that's new and to what extent some of the existing things move or not. We haven't had a whole lot of brand new business this year, but we have had a lot of business that has dragged on for a variety of reasons. And some of them are really applicant driven, that if applicants change a lot of stuff and come back and say, okay, here's a brand new plan set that you need to go through again, that's going to take a lot more effort than some things that, yeah, they may stay on the sort of current trajectory, which is continuance after continuance after continuance, and it's very difficult to project that. The one thing that we had done some projecting work that went into that original contract amount that we haven't touched at all is zoning amendments for the year.
Right.
And we had also talked about doing some changes to the site plan and subdivision regulations. I think site and sub for the most part are going to get pushed to January no matter what. And the planning board had a discussion at their meeting last Thursday about what to prioritize for zoning amendments, and we selected some smaller things from a make some quick clarity changes perspective instead of some things that may be a little bit bigger of a research project. So I think from some of those non-case related expenses, we have pared things down to about as low as we can get them. But that is something that, the zoning amendments, for example, are something that we normally have the board vote to send to a public hearing in November, to hold the public hearing in December, so that we can be on the correct trajectory for town meeting.
Beth?
Well, I don't feel that bad if we don't do any zoning amendments since we just did 7 pages in March.
Well, some of those are backlog, but nonetheless.
I mean, we do have Susan and Linda. I know that Susan has been, doing so much extra above and beyond planning, but now that we have Paul, Susan probably can back off on, doing minutes, and we can utilize her in the planning department. That's where her degree is. I mean, can we make do with what we have? I mean, it's a default. We're getting to the end of the year and we don't have a lot left. Just a thought.
Well, I'm going to ask Linda, James, or James to respond to that. I have my own opinion, but let's hear what they have to say, please.
Well, I guess what I would say is, in light of the fact that we have pending cases that have been months and some well over a year that James has been actively involved in, I think it's critical that he stays on board for those. If there were small subdivision site plans, I could assist on that end. I've done the reviews in the past. But I think that it's critical that James has been doing this. It's difficult for somebody to walk in and try to do what another person who is extremely talented in what he does, into the depth of the detail he provides, to step into those shoes. There's some things that I think between James, myself, and Susan and Jen, we could probably come up with some ways to try to do our best to keep as much in-house as possible. But I don't think that we cannot in any way not do the foundational work that James does for the town.
Yeah, Beth, go ahead.
And I totally agree. I think if you open up a folder that James has been working on, it's going to take you 10 times the amount of time to figure it out, that he can say, oh yeah, it's just this.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I totally
We can't
agree.
figure it out.
Yeah.
That's why we have him.
Exactly. So, I mean, maybe just, try not to not that we don't love you, James, you get a baby to feed, but try not to, use James as much, and try to do as much as we can in-house. But, if we get to that position, we have to, yes, just cost in mind.
Yeah, I just want to make a point here before, just to bear with me, James, please. I know I, maybe misspoke there earlier, but I do want to make the point I believe that the planning board work will need to get done regardless. So if we don't have James do the work, I expect that, yes, maybe Susan can pick up on some of it, and she's, maybe we can work that into her workload, but recognize she's limited in terms of what else we're having her do too. And if Linda picks it up, I mean, we have to pay Linda, her hourly rate also. And so I'm not convinced yet that if we have to get the work done, that we really save anything. So in my mind, personally, I think it's only a question of if we don't want to spend the money or are concerned about spending the money, my personal recommendation would be that we stop or ask them to put the zoning and other types of stuff, which, maybe they should be done, maybe they shouldn't, but those are items that we can put off, maybe to our detriment, but we can put them off. Whereas when a case comes up, somebody needs to do that work. So in my mind, it's a decision as to, whether or not the zoning things and stuff like that get done. And so I'd be comfortable waiting another month or so before we kick that off. But then we have to realize, you go another month after that, and then we lose that opportunity for this year, or at least it makes it very difficult to. So that's the way I'm viewing it. James, did you want to speak, or Mr. Strobel?
Yeah, the one thing that I wanted to point out is that our contract is set up as a not to exceed amount. So, if the business is lower, or if we're able to shift costs, just because you've made the money available doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to use it and take it. So, we will continue regardless of what this board decides, to make sure that, just like with anything, that we're doing only the work that's necessary and we're not, inflating any costs or anything like that. I think for, if you were to ask my opinion about, sort of any of that non-case review stuff, I think the one item that we strongly recommended doing from a zoning perspective is something that Bob and Hal are very familiar with, because I spent a couple of hours writing a lengthy staff report trying to pull apart, whether additional relief was necessary or not. So, I think that on the one hand, yes, it would take time, but on the other hand, this is an issue where the current form is also taking my time, because it's got some contradictory stuff that we have to tease out the correct answer to. I don't think it would be the end of the world if we didn't do zoning amendments this year. I think the one thing that we would still like to get accomplished as soon as possible is to avail ourselves of the option, and I apologize, I've forgotten the House bill number, but there was a House bill passed this year and signed by the governor that allows for notice via a town website in lieu of notice in a paper of general circulation. And that was something that we wanted to avail ourselves of as quickly as possible by making those changes to site plan and subdivision so that we could revise the application fees and, let applicants, get a slightly smaller bill when they file for processes. I thought I had one more thing, but it escaped me.
I'll think about it, and we'll ask Mr. Strobel to speak at this point.
Well, that should give you a perfect example of why we'd like James, because he was reading my mind, or I was reading his, to say SRPC contract is not to exceed. But I think as well, part of the adjustment that we had during COVID pandemic is getting used to the new procedures. Not it took a while to figure that out. We still haven't resolved everything back the way we had initially talked even 3, 4, 6 weeks ago. And that took time, not only my time as chair of running longer meetings, but James's time in terms of, how do we crack this nut of public testimony, legality of running Zoom meetings, et cetera, plus the complexities of some of the cases we've had dragging on for quite a while. So I would certainly encourage the board to make as I think Mr. Fry said, come up with the money. We can deal without some of the items that come at the end of the year, such as zoning amendments. But I would rather, and we don't know how many cases we're going to get. Typically, they start dropping off in fall. But I would be at a great loss to not have James for at least some point in time. And with Linda and Susan and I in task, we can see about what all we can do to relieve some of the burden from James.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go
may
ahead.
I add one final comment, please?
Sure, Linda, go ahead.
Just one other thing to remember as far as the cost of contracted services such as with Stratford Regional. Over the years, there has been occasion where the town has had to go to Superior Court when cases are challenged. Fortunately, in the past, the town of Northwood has prevailed. I've gone to a number of challenges. It is getting more and more difficult, the legal aspects of planning and zoning. So the money that is spent is a investment to keep us from having to be there. We can't guarantee it, but it certainly goes a long way to give value to the money that we're spending.
Yeah, thank you. Beth, how about we let Beth comment and then I'm going to ask for a motion.
I'm looking through the packet that was in our packet.
Yes.
What is like I know it has to be a complete guesstimate, but what is the guesstimate amount we're actually thinking about between now and the end of the year? How many thousands of dollars?
37 to 47.
How much? I'm sorry, what?
3,700 to 4,700.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think, Hal, if I pop back in, that, and I'm going to take my screen up again, Hal and board, that I would like to make a motion, and this is possible amendment, but like to make a motion that we go ahead and allow 3,500 additional with the provision that the additional 1,000 could be breached in the fall once we see what's happening.
Okay, I'm getting a little bit of interference. What I understood was you want to make a motion to go over by 37 $3,700 with the
and provision to come back maybe towards the fall,
okay.
October if necessary, if that additional 1,000, because that way everybody who's tightening has the ability to tighten, recognizing that something unforeseen may come up. So we've got to give them the allowance that we will reconsider.
Okay, so does everybody understand her motion? It's a motion to allow spending of $3,700 more with the provision that they could come back for an additional 1,000 later in the year. Does everybody understand that? Do I have a second on that?
Second.
I have a second from Beth. Discussion. Matt.
So I completely understand the intent of wanting to split it up, but I think for the sake of $1,000, I'd rather have it done with personally. I think if we're screaming into the end of the year and $1,000 is going to make or break it, we've got bigger problems than $1,000 to Stratford Regional Planning. So for me, I'd probably be more likely to support the the full number of 47, knowing again that it's a not to exceed contract. But if I'm alone in that, then certainly I'll vote to support the motion and revisit it if we need to.
Tim, how do you feel? Oops, you're muted
Yep.
there. Thank you.
Obviously, yeah, Jamie is a tremendous asset to the town. So I think I go along with Matt. Like I said, if we come down to bottom line, we can't scrape up another $1,000. We've done something else wrong. So I know we keep squeezing this rock. So, but
Yeah.
I think we can find it somewhere. So.
So, okay, Hal,
Yes.
I would move to amend my motion
Okay.
to allow the $4,700
Okay.
overage or extra expenditure. Can't say it's an overage, but extra expenditure due to the default budget.
Okay. Thank you. So we're up to $4,700, which is what they recommended. Is there a second on that revised motion? Second by Tim. Further discussion. Hearing none, it's a roll call vote to expend $4,700 in excess of what we currently budgeted. Matt.
Yes.
Beth.
Yes.
Tim.
Yes.
Pam.
Yes.
And Hal is yes. Okay, thank you. And
Thank you all.
again, James, thank you for all your effort. And Linda, again, great job on documentation and presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess now we'll move on to Mr. Benedito, if we can hear him clearly. What do you think, Susan? Were you able to get a hold of him?
Can you hear me?
That's him. That's the phone number.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Benedito, we're up to your part of the agenda. Thank you for giving us some documentation. I'm comfortable that the board members have read that. So I don't think you need to go into a whole lot of detail in terms of what you originally sent to us. But if you want to emphasize certain points or clarify certain things or add to that information, this would be your chance to do it. And then what I'm going to ask is Mr. Scruton to add any information that he has, then open it up to the board to ask questions of either you or Mr. Scruton, and then we'll take it from there. So this is your chance to speak. I'll let you start now.
Okay. I mean, the piece of paper that I sent you, I think it pretty much hits all the points. So I guess if there's any questions, then I could go further that way.
Okay, no, it was pretty well documented. John, do you want to speak to this first, or do you want me to open it up to questions by the board next?
Why don't you open it up to questions where everyone's had the material to read?
Okay, so board members, anybody want to ask Mr. Benedito questions or speak to this item?
I do.
Okay, Pam, please go ahead.
All right. Hi, Mr. De Benedito. Pam Sanderson, you can't see me on screen right now, but can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have about maybe 5 questions. Number one, you acquired this piece of property in 2018?
January 8th of 2018, correct.
Okay. And by 2019, that official merger had been put on the books.
Yes, it was. It was October, I believe.
Yeah, and I commiserate. This is quite a rigmarole with the prior bank and owners and all of that. So I do commiserate. Currently, on your 2020 tax bill, is the property joined with your existing lots so that you received one tax bill for 2020?
Are you asking me that or telling me that? Because I'm not sure.
Yeah, on the bill you paid for June, was everything lumped together at this point?
I guess I can't say. I just saw the number and I paid it. So I don't know for sure.
That would be my one question, is whether that situation has been resolved at this point. So depending on what we decide.
Would you yield to
doesn't
John on
wrap
that
up.
question?
Sure. Thank you, John.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you pay more than one number?
Mr. Benedito, what John is asking you is, did you pay two separate tax bills?
No, I only paid one.
Okay. So you did
Oh,
pay
well, actually,
2020.
no. I now that I'm thinking back on it, I haven't paid this lot. I figured I would wait till all this comes out to know. I think the number the town wanted was somewhere in the range of $15,000 or so. So, and that's what they wanted. So I didn't want to pay $15,000. I wanted to get through this meeting first.
Sure. Totally understand that. So that would be a concern of mine, which doesn't preclude fixing this previous amount, but I would want to know that the issue's resolved and that the land is now properly joined back together. We're talking about 0.11 acres. So it's a smidgen of land, 0.11 acres. The other thing I had is that I'm looking at the April 15th letter from the tax clerk showing total due amounts with the interest and all of that. So I'm seeing up to April of 2020, the taxes of 9117.99. So I'm on the second page of the Town of Northwood tax collector letter to Mr. DeBenedito. So I'm seeing the taxes as 9117.99 with interest of 7331.61. Most of this accrued prior to Mr. DeBenedito gaining that piece of property. But it is in arrears. So I think I will yield to other members on questions. I kind of have an idea of where I'd like to go, but I'd like to hear everybody else.
Okay, would anybody else like to speak? Matt or Beth or Tim? Okay, John, do you want to speak? Okay, so Beth, we'll give you a shot, and then John, and then I have a point to make at some point also.
I see like a list of not paid. So this is not your house, right? You live in Raymond?
No, I moved from Raymond. I bought this house in 2018, and now I live here.
But not on this lot.
That lot, the lot that's in question. Well, I guess let me go back. I guess Douglas Fitzgerald bought that lot that we're talking about now in 2006, and he bought that lot in order to put a septic system in. He bought the lot off of the town. So then he went bankrupt in like 2011, and that's when all this tax, accumulated. So then I bought the house in 2018, found out about the problem in 2019, and now here we are.
Okay. John, do you want to speak?
Did you have a realtor so that there's title insurance, or that anybody made you aware that there were back taxes when you bought this lot?
No, I was not aware at that time, and I lived in the house, like I say, at least half a year. No, maybe a year and a half, whatever it was. I was in the house for a while before I ever found out. I was on that lot cutting the lawn and doing everything. My septic was there. When I went to buy the house, I inspected the septic. I'm like, okay, this is my lot. But then I found out later, Douglas actually drove down the street, and I talked with him, and he's the one that initially informed me that, hey, I'm still getting tax bills from the town, and then it went from there.
So your septic system is currently on this lot?
Yes, it is. So I bought it, or I had my lawyer draw up a quit claim. So, because I spoke back and forth with Douglas Fitzgerald, who had gone bankrupt with all this. And what happened was there was a clerical error. He had wanted, obviously, to get rid of this lot also. He was getting rid of the house, the lot. He was going bankrupt. But there was a clerical error because this lot was bought separately from when he bought the house. Through that bankruptcy process, they didn't include this lot in his bankruptcy. So he told me that. So he said he would be willing to, hand it over to me. So my lawyer drew up a quit claim. So now I own the lot, but now I have to deal with the back taxes.
So you got this by quitclaim deed in 2016?
No, just recently.
December 16th of 19.
Oh, December 16th of 19.
John, speak up when or speak into the mic when you're talking, please. Yeah.
Well, I'm
Okay.
just curious because all the paperwork
So-
says he lives in Raymond.
Just to add in,
Still.
No, I have a business, a construction business that I ran out of Raymond, and I have a P.O. box in Raymond that I kept. So I still receive mail in Raymond at that P.O. box, but I reside at 34 Pine Street in Northwood.
so looking at the 2011 registered deed, it's 2010. It goes through the history of the property and the accidental. It was a voluntary merger. It didn't notify the mortgage holder. So this is a situation where he's sort of correct that it is a clerical. The deed is registered. The foreclosure portion merged with 34 Pine Street technically constitute a subdivision. In light of that, the mortgage right existed in voluntary merger. So in Article 8, the town agrees to treat the merged property as two parcels, which is owned by the Chase Bank. And then, so lot 54, and then lot 53 remained with Douglas Fitzgerald. So Mr. DiBenedetto is kind of between a rock and a hard place here because his septic system is there. And I think we can probably give him some help.
Okay. My concern is, well, hold on. Does anybody else want to speak before I speak? Okay. My concern is this. I'll just say it's really unfortunate that this happened. Nobody likes these kind of surprises and especially in this kind of amount. I guess the question is, in my mind, who should deal with the surprise. A lot of people, buy, guess, title insurance. Some people, have a agent go through this type of stuff for them. And, sometimes there are problems and the details need to be sorted out. And I guess the question for me is, when that doesn't happen, who really should bear the burden of fixing that? I understand, Mr. Benedito, that it might not be your fault per se, but you're asking the taxpayers to support $9,000 of this, and I don't think it's their fault either. And that's where I struggle. And this was I would hate to be going through what you're going through, to tell you the truth. But I just don't know how to reconcile telling, somebody that's a taxpayer other than yourself, well, yes, mistakes were made and we're making good for it. So that's my struggle with this. The other struggle I have is, what about the town property that's immediately adjacent to this? How does that factor in? So there's a variety of different things, but that's my main concern. And I just like to hear what the other board members' thoughts are in terms of that. Would Matt or Tim, do you have any points on that, or do you want to stay mute? I could respect either.
Yeah, this is a tough one for me. I echo exactly what you were saying, Hal. Right? It's clear to me that the De Benedettos didn't take action to put themselves into this position, except for some lack of action in terms of doing the sort of due diligence in terms of researching the property before. And for me, I look at it and I can see myself making the exact same mistake of not fully checking that deed. So
join the club.
So I find myself I'm very much up in the air. I was kind of hoping one of you would convince me one way or another on this one.
Yeah.
I'm pretty cut and dry in what my opinion would be. I didn't know if anybody else had any.
Pam, if you're going to give us your opinion, I think it's important. So please, mute so we can hear you clearly.
My feeling is that the taxes accrued prior to Mr. De Benedito, he is in accountability. It is his property now. It does come with back taxes. He's offered to make a payment. I would prefer to see the back tax amount paid of at least $9,117. I would want to see the property brought up to 2020 taxes as of, July 1st deadline for 2020. And I would want to make sure that that property is duly legally merged, and at the future that the town of Northwood is issuing him a tax bill for the conjoined property of the 3 lots, I believe it is, that he has there, which would include this one. So I'm concerned that if we resolve this now, that the 2020 tax bill will become another arrears because this property is still hanging out there. So I'd want to see restitution of at least the taxes, which is not including the interest. So that's $9,117, which brings him up to 2019. And then we've got to see the resolution of the 2020 and the unified merger and tax bill. So I'd want to see that paid.
Beth, how about you?
Well, if we didn't do the interest and penalties, that's like giving people an interest-free loan.
Yeah, and this is what we run into.
Right, we've talked about this before. I know last year we had some people come to us and we took their lump sum as a good faith payment, and then we gave them to the end of the year to catch up on all of their taxes, including the December bill. That's what we offered people last year. I think if we change things around, it's not fair to other people.
So Beth, if I understand your position, you would be more amenable to maybe giving Mr. Benedito some time to maybe work through some payments or something.
Right.
But
What we
within
asked before is, I think they gave us half of it when they came to us, or within so many days. Then they were on a either payment
Yeah.
plan, or they promised they had to be paid by the end of December, including
Yeah.
the December bill. That way they were caught up so they can start the new year fresh and be on track.
Mhm.
That's the goal. The goal is everyone to stay on their home and be on track.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I appreciate that point. Tim, did you want to speak before Matt did? Because you didn't have a chance to speak yet.
No, I'm all set right now. I'm just
Okay,
taking it all
Matt?
in, but
Matt, please.
So I understand what Beth is saying about, that if we forgive the penalty and interest, it's like a tax, it's, an interest-free loan, but these weren't the people who took out the loan, right? So it would be as if someone handed you a set of car keys, said, congratulations, here's your new car, and then you got a bill for it, the following month. It's quite a surprise. And so at this point, I'm more in line with, I think, what Pam's been talking about. If we focus on the principle, get caught up to 2019, and then make sure that we give folks a fighting chance to catch up and stay caught up.
I guess I'd have to say I'm more along the lines of where Beth is coming from. I'm just worried about setting the precedent that it's our job to make up for, I would have a hard time facing somebody saying, yeah, mistakes were made and we're making you partially pay for those. That's what I struggle with the most. So I'm looking for a motion one way or the other. Does somebody want to make a motion and see if it passes, or how do you want to do this?
I'll make a motion and see if it passes. I want to keep everybody in mind that this piece of land is 0.11 acres. It is not waterfront. It is 0.11. It is a sliver. So my motion is that we accept the full payment of taxes due to April of 2020, which includes up to 2019, of $9,117.99, with the provision that 2020 tax bill already in arrears, it would seem, from the July 1st deadline, that be brought up to date also, and that this property be properly merged on the books so that by the December billing, Mr. De Benedito receives one bill which covers his properties with the 3 itemized listings.
I don't think it can be merged on the books.
So it's 3 prongs.
By December, though. I don't think so.
This has to
I
go through
think
the
it
planning
is.
board.
I think it
I merged my
is.
2 lots, and it took a whole
That's
other
okay,
billing
David.
cycle. So I think it would be next year.
Okay, so amended to take out my word merge to paid to date, which will include good payment in December. So paid to date. So 9177.99 for past arrears, paid the June billing for 2020, and make sure that he's caught up. I would also say that he should actively work with the planning board, get that property merged.
Okay, that's a little bit detailed. I'm
It
gonna
is, but it's a big array.
summarize it. I'm gonna summarize it this way. You're proposing that he pay $1,117.
$9,000.
$9,000.
Yeah, sorry. $9,117 in lieu of the 18,000 plus tax bill.
I got a $16,000 tax bill, so
How much?
he's paying,
Maybe I
I'm
have
looking
that
at
wrong.
16,449.
Okay, thank you. 16,449.
That's more than half. It is
Yeah.
excluding the $7,331 accrued interest prior to his ownership.
Okay. So I guess you had some other provisions there about him catching up in terms of 2020 and being fully
Absolutely.
paid by the end of December for this year. Is that correct?
Yeah, if we need to include that in the motion, I would say that the $9,177.99 needs to be paid immediately. That the 2020 June bill needs to be brought up by September 23rd, which was the date of the town deeding. All of this has to be completed by the 23rd. That's when the town deeding goes into effect.
The 23rd
I
of,
would rather avoid that. September
Once
23rd is when the town will deed this.
So Pam, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Why wouldn't you include the interest and penalties from when he owned the land? But he owned it
For
in
the
2018.
2018. And I have trouble on the tax collector because of the coding to figure out what do we got? 310, 411, 925, 912. No, that's 17. So you got a 925 in 2018. But he was just buying it in December, I think, of that year, is what Matt said. So you've got 411 and 310. So Beth, that you could amend the motion to include the $721 or the 2018 also. If you, but I'm not, the interest on 2019 is 775. The interest, you're not talking a lot of interest on the 2 years of 2018 and 2019.
No, the interest is from the years before, because the longer your interest accumulates.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to make a suggestion that might simplify this. How about let's see if this matches what you're proposing, Pam. You're proposing that he pays the original tax bill. And if he brings all his other bills up to date by the end of the year, the interest and penalty for the time that he did not own the property will be waived. John.
Yeah, you've got a problem with the 23rd if you do it that way.
Yeah. You got a deadline.
You need to make sure that the everything before 2017 and before has to be cleared by September 23rd to avoid deeding.
So that's the deadline for payment.
Everything before when, please?
Everything before 2018.
So can we just summarize that to say everything before he owned the property, or is that incorrect?
I would think the easiest way is to pick a number. You're somewhere around $9,500 and tell him he needs to pay that in order to clear, and then you debate the rest of the interest and penalties and fees, and you'd bait everything down if he paid $9,500, and that would include this July tax bill.
Right.
Okay, so then the town then just waives the rest, is what you're saying?
Abates
the rest.
And that's
Okay.
that's by September 23rd deadline.
No.
So John.
No, it can't be the 23rd. It has to already be cleared. So it would be like the 16th, the week before the 23rd.
Sometime before the 23rd, he has to clear that. So in other words, the selectman will abate the difference. If he pays the $9,500, the selectman will abate the rest.
And your
I think that-
9,500,
What'd you say,
that's
Pam?
based on your 9,500, you were adding in the 2020
Bill,
first half
Principal.
bill.
Yep.
yes.
He's just rounding up a little bit, and yeah, to address
Because
that.
there's a $4 per diem cost, there's about $400 of additional interest that's not showing here because this was as of the 15th of April.
So if I amended my motion, John, to say, pay the principal of the tax bill of $9,500 by, it must have cleared by September 23rd. Then remaining interest
would feel more
outstanding would be
comfortable.
abated.
I'd feel more comfortable if you made a deadline of at least a week earlier than that, and the selectmen would then
Sure.
have to also fill out the abatement. You don't want to sign the abatement until after he's paid the money, and you need to have both done before the 23rd. So I would move
Money-
up the deadline for him to pay the,
It should be done on the September 14th then, if we meet
yes.
on the 15th.
So the check needs to be in and cleared, John? Or
I'm
cashier's
sorry?
check? How do you want to handle that?
Certified check.
Yes, I can do that.
Certified check,
I can,
I'm gonna amend it to 10 days, which would be 9/13. So $9,500 cleared by 9/13 to pay the tax bill up to and including the first half of 2020. At that point, the interest would be abated.
Yeah, it's gonna actually be done differently than that, but that's how it will work out. Because of the way we need to do it in the system, it's going to look a little different. You're going to be actually abating it slightly different. That's why I said pick a dollar number that you want him to pay, and we'll clear the rest, and we can make that work without trying to put the details into the motion.
So that's if it passes. We haven't decided if that's going to be. I mean, I still
Right.
think
That's only if it passes.
Yeah.
Right.
It's only if it passes. So 95 cleared, 9/13. That includes the first half of 2020 tax
Yes.
bill principal.
A second.
I would not say tax bill principal because of the way we need to
Okay,
work
how would
the
you phrase
abatement
it?
to make it work.
Abatement, to make the abatement work, 9,500. I guess I'm
Yes.
looking for the correct wording.
Abate the difference between, so that if he pays $9,500, the town will abate the balance of what is owed.
Okay, by September 13th.
By
So that would be
September
my
13th.
amended motion.
Paid via certified check.
Yes.
So do we have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote. Beth,
no.
hold on a second. Tim,
No.
Pam,
I'm a yes.
okay, Matt,
Yes.
and Hal is no. I feel bad about the vote. It's a terrible situation.
No, it happened.
I just like Mr.
That's okay.
Benedito, I think we're between a rock and a hard place here too.
I mean, there's got to be title checks and everything that double check and triple check. I'm sorry, but there's.
Yeah, well, okay, we don't need to discuss it further. We all made our points. Does anybody want to make an alternate proposal or alternate motion? Beth?
So my thought is if he could pay the 95 by the 14th of September, we could put him on a plan to be paid off by the end of December, then,
Okay, do you want to make a motion to that effect?
well, I'm throwing that out there if anyone else has any other ideas.
I think that's that's sort of like the next, it's a reasonable proposal in the sense that it's like the next increment up, so to speak, in terms of how we might deal with this.
Can I add something to it?
Sure, you're part of the discussion, Mr. Benedito. Di Benedito.
It's basically a tough situation. We all agree on that.
Yes.
And the 9,500 is not acceptable, but I'm willing to pay. I'm willing to pay what you tell me to pay, and I'll pay that tomorrow. So, but I just don't think it's fair to pay 16 something. So what's the number?
I think that's what we're struggling with, to be honest with you. And I personally am, I'll be very open with you, I'm personally struggling with it because if we take this approach where we do something different than what is the total amount due, it sets a precedent that I think would be difficult for the town to deal with. And that's why I voted no on the original proposal. So I guess if you're asking me what the...
Can I just, I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt.
Go ahead.
So the next time, what's the precedent? So the next time somebody buys a house and then they find out their septic didn't go through a bankruptcy and there was a clerical error, I would hope that, that guy's at fault. I'm at fault, blindly at fault. But so I would hope that you help me now and that you help that person in the future. But if somebody's just trying to not pay their taxes, well, then obviously that's not right. And if somebody's late on their taxes, they have to pay penalties. This is different. And I almost threw my hands up just when I was going to the lawyers. I said, forget it. I'll just pay the stupid 16. I couldn't even go through the process. But I just can't, how can you think that that's right? I just can't see that.
Does anybody else want to speak to? I already stated my position. Does anybody else want to speak to that?
I would add one thing in here is that on an abatement of taxes is a case-by-case situation. I don't believe precedent holds because it is a case-by-case situation. And the right goes to the land, not the owner. So this land holds a septic tank. There is this whole procedure which is called relief. It's called relief for a reason, and he is in a situation that is very unique. If you look at the history of the property, it's a unique situation, and on an abatement issue, I think they're case by case.
Does somebody want to make a different proposal? If nobody is interested in making a different proposal, I think it stands as is. So I'll give folks one more chance to consider making a different motion. Matt, do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, I mean, since Pam can't re-motion, I'll slightly change it up just out of procedural, for procedure's sake, but with the hope that maybe somebody is listening to this idea that we're not creating case law, right? I mean, a decision here does not bind us to a decision down the road. So I'm going to make a motion to accept $9,600 including which will catch him up, including the first half of 2020.
Well,
I'd like to amend. Can I add to that then? So if we accept the 96, I'd like the rest of it to be caught up by the end of December.
Matt, are you comfortable?
I would like the 96. Do you mean the remaining interest in principal?
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to make that motion. I think I'm going to make the motion to accept $9,600 as payment, and upon payment, we will waive the interest and fees. interest, penalties, and fees.
Indeed.
Didn't we just vote on that though?
No, we
Yeah, we
voted on
did.
9,500.
Oh, okay, all right.
Well done.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second,
That was Pam. I doubt that there's more discussion, so roll call vote. Tim,
No.
Pam,
yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Beth.
No.
And again, I'm going to vote no, and I'm troubled that we are having difficulty on this one, but I just,
So I'll make a motion that we accept the 95 due the 14th of September, and the remaining balance, including December, is due by December 31st.
okay, I'll tell you what, I am really on the line on this. Beth, your proposal is to, basically have them pay the whole bit. I guess taking what Matt and Pam said into account, I guess I personally could see us maybe splitting or somehow, okay, yes, it's an unfortunate for Mr. Di Benedetto. It's unfortunate for us. And
How much was the penalty and interest was what, like $5,000, $6,000,
Almost 8,000 now.
8,000?
7,000.
Well, there's an additional $500 in per diem, so it's almost 8,000.
So it's about 8.
And this bill is from what, April? So now,
That's what the 500 per diem
Okay.
is.
so what if we,
yeah,
would he be able to pay the whole sum that the taxes and half of the interest fees by the 14th of September?
yeah,
That's doing half of the interest.
I'll tell you, I'm going to make this a little bit simpler if people would let me revote. I'm at the point where, I see Pam's point, I see Matt's point, I understand where Mr. Di Benedetto is coming from. And I guess the thought that just hit me is this. One of the reasons why the taxes are so high on this is because they were never merged. If this wasn't a separate lot, I don't know that the taxes would be at this point.
Well, there'd be
Beth.
nowhere near
So
this.
last year I filled out the paperwork to merge my two lots.
Yes,
It literally was a paper I did with Linda. I mean, it was so quick.
yeah,
It took another whole tax cycle for it to go through, but my taxes actually were less
right,
than they were before I was paying two separate taxes, because it's a base fee for like the hunk of land.
right,
So
exactly.
my garage and my house were two separate.
Right, but that's exactly the point I'm making, Beth. And had the merger been done correctly, the amount of taxes that he would be facing as a delta, for example, on this, would not be as extravagant as they are in terms of the interest and stuff. And so I guess I'm taking that into consideration, and I would either consider revoting at the 9,600 in affirmative, or if somebody else has a better suggestion, we'll go back to that. Tim?
Is there any way of like going back in time, set the clock back and say these three lots were merged together, how much it would be?
Well, that's sort of the point I'm getting at.
And pay like
And
12,000 and call it even, and everybody walks away happy? Or, obviously not happy. He's
well, I think based on my experience, and Beth, you can chime in, if you have two different, I'm just going to speak in generalities. If you have two different lots, 2 acres each, the first lot's $40,000, that's 50,000 for round numbers. The other lot's 50,000 bucks. When you merge them, it's only one lot at that point. And so it's $50,000 plus X dollars per acre to get you. And maybe it's a $60,000 valuation at that point. And I guess what thinking about what Mr. Benedito said, especially, his darn septic system's on this plot of land. Okay. Had it been merged, had it been one, I don't think the amount of taxes and therefore the amount of interest would have been this amount. And so, like I said, if somebody wants to remake that motion back at 9,600, I'm going to vote yes. I'll just tell you preemptively.
Can we do a motion to reconsider the vote?
Yeah, there you go.
Hal should.
So I'd like to make a motion.
Hold on a second. John wants to help us here.
Yeah, either pick a new number or Hal should make the motion because he was on the prevailing side to reconsider.
I'll make a motion to reconsider. Do we have a second on that?
I second. Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote to reconsider.
And this is
Pam.
just to reconsider, Hal?
Yes, this is just to
This is just for the
reconsider.
reconsideration. Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
Tim. Okay, so now we're going to do a roll call vote. We're reconsidering the vote that we just took. We're going to do a roll call vote on that. This is to set the bill basically at $9,600 with the rest waived. Is everybody clear? Abated, sorry.
Clarification.
Payment
Hold on a second. Let John speak first, please.
Clarification. Is this just on all the back taxes, not including the 2020, or is this including the June 2020 bill?
My intent is to fix the back problem. The 2020 bills are a separate issue that I'm sure Mr. Benedito will deal with.
Okay.
Matt's motion included
the first half.
Yeah,
oh, it did.
96
I'm sorry.
included.
So sorry, then we aren't really reconsidering if we don't have it the way Matt said.
Right,
How'd you
has
say
to be
it, Matt?
Matt's motion.
I had it with including the first half of 2020 for 96.
Oh, the first half of 2020, and then, okay.
And then he'll have to pay the December bill.
So I would feel more comfortable if we at least included the interest and penalty from when you own the land.
Okay, so now we're into discussion of the motion, which is fine. Matt, would you be willing to amend your motion?
So that,
it's a few $100s. It's like $600.
yeah, so that puts us at like
I don't even think it's
an even 10 for where we'd need to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
If that'll get you on board, then
No, it just I mean.
Well, John's raising his hand here. Hold on. Let's hear what he has to say.
I suggest rather than keep doing the direction you're going, you just withdraw the motion and make a new motion at this point.
Okay.
Changing all the parameters.
All right. So I make a motion. The Mr.
Oh, wait a minute. You got to have the other one withdrawn first.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Matt, do you withdraw?
Wait
a second. We were on a vote to reconsider.
Yeah,
I
that's true.
I thought, oh, okay. All right.
Did we finish that vote?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we were on to the vote of the motion. Okay. So yes, we can just back off and do a different motion. Sorry. Go ahead, Beth.
So, well, no, has somebody, the first and the second has to have it removed from consideration or, the motion.
Okay. You guys willing to do that?
Hal, you have to take back your motion to reconsider.
Oh, I have to take back my motion to reconsider?
So that passed already.
We already voted on that. I don't know if I can take it back at this point.
I didn't think we voted on that.
Yeah, I don't know that we voted on that either.
We voted on to reconsider, and then I thought we were getting ready to vote on the amendment or to vote on what we were.
We did not vote on reconsider.
We did not vote on the actual reconsideration. So that's where we're at.
So we could have a new motion. If that's the case, we could.
Right. Take it back. We'll make a new motion.
So hold on a second. So John, please.
If in fact you did not vote on reconsideration at this point, if you withdraw the reconsideration motion, Beth can make a new motion.
Or we can just vote.
I'm not quite sure what you're voting on at this point.
Yeah, that's my trouble.
So
I'll
John,
tell you
I
what,
have John, I have a question.
let's just do a redo. So would somebody make a motion?
So my motion would be to have the tax amount of $9,117.99. And then additional that the interest and penalty for 2019 and 20 paid. And were there any other fees, John? You said, because this was from April.
This is going to be a complex number to figure out. And I don't know, I mean, we could do it, but not here right now.
So,
So how about like up to $11,000? Because we know it's not going to be that.
Oh, it's going to be
probably
like,
like 10 and change, right?
You gotta have a figure. Just grab one.
yeah, grab a number.
10.5. To be paid
Your
by
motion-
September
your motion is
14th.
10,500, including the first half of 2020.
Yeah.
Baby, come here. You okay? Come here.
so John, repeat that, and then I'll ask for a motion to that effect.
My understanding, Beth's motion is 10,500, including the first half of 2020, will clear all of the back taxes, interest, and penalties and fees.
Does everybody understand that?
Due by September 14th, so it can be processed. So he's all set.
Yep.
Everybody
Clear.
understand what the motion is?
Yes.
Do we have a second? Second by Tim. Any further discussion?
No, I definitely suggest he merges the lots because he'll probably be saving a couple $100 a year.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so roll call vote. Matt,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Pam,
I will vote yes.
and Hal is yes. Okay, Mr. Benedito, sorry that it was such a lengthy process. I appreciate your patience on that. Do you have any questions as to what we did?
I do have two questions, but I honestly, from my heart, it was a joy hearing you guys talk about this. You're putting in all that effort for me and the town. You know,
what a tip on that.
You know something, and I am dead serious. And I even the worst scenario for me, I understood that person's point of view. So no, I enjoyed the process. I understand that I have to pay $10,500, and I will pay it tomorrow realistically, but I'll pay it right away, and it'll be a certified check. I don't know what to do from there though. So do I mail it, or because I'm thinking that it needs a special note attached to it, or I don't know. You know what I mean?
You worked that out with Mr. Scruton, our town administrator.
Contact me tomorrow at the office.
Oh, okay, and
Yeah, he'll,
And above all, we paved the whole road down to his house, so he must be really happy with us this year, right?
yeah, you should be able to get out and down to town hall now.
No, now his taxes will go up. Watch.
We got new culverts, new
Hey, but it's a
pavement.
better-
He's all happy.
Keep
Okay,
on
but-
going, keep on paving.
Yeah, that's
so
where the
once-
town stops.
Okay,
Yeah,
No, I realize, yeah, I
email
really-
address, so email me tomorrow.
and in all
And
seriousness.
who has it? I'm sorry, I don't have any of that information though.
Sharon Connie has my contact
Oh,
information.
okay, so she has all of that. And I'm sorry,
Susan
your
has
first
his
name,
phone
your
number, so
name?
we can get hold of him.
John Scruton.
Dawn. Okay,
J-
so I'll talk to
J-O-H-N.
my wife about that.
And seriously,
Okay.
Mr. Benedito, please get those lots merged pronto, please.
Yes, I am. Oh, and that's
Please.
actually my second question. So my first question was what to do about paying. My second question is what to do about merging. So now what do I
I'll
do
send you
there?
that
Oh, that's an
information
easy
tomorrow.
answer. You talk to Linda Smith.
Linda Smith.
I'll put you in contact with her tomorrow.
Yes,
If
she
you
will
do
take
it,
care of this for you.
You'll
It's-
be all set for your April tax bill if you do it now. They'll be merged by
Yeah.
then.
But please, take
Okay,
care of
all
it.
right, so,
We don't want to have other
right, so-
difficulties with you on this. No,
You'll
we
still
don't
get-
want you to have other difficulties on this, please.
oh, no, you got that right person. I'm I'm on top of everything. So my taxes will be paid the day I get the bill, and I'm going to do these phone calls and emails tomorrow.
Perfect. Thank you so
Well,
much.
we love that.
And
Thank you for your
again,
time, sir.
sorry for the long
Thank
discussion,
you.
but we appreciate your patience.
Best of luck to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck.
All right. Thank you all.
Okay,
All
thanks
right.
again.
Bye. Bye.
Okay,
He brought tears to my eyes.
I ultimately, well, we were unanimous, so I think that speaks for the decision.
Consensus building.
Yeah, so I think that was good. Well, that 15 minutes just flew right by.
Yeah.
So, given that it did, I drank more than a half a glass of water. I need a restroom break. So,
Okay.
3 minutes, please. 3 minutes, please.
Oh, that's a cute picture.
Just for the record that Chris isn't here tonight, that Ridge Road is backed up with gravel. They did that today.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
It was supposed to be a rain day for the paving company. I talked to the guys coming home tonight. They're headed to Newport tomorrow with good weather. So I don't know if the second crew is coming out to do Harvey Lake Road, but obviously they're going to get it done. But Ridge Road is done.
Good.
And
That's
Task
good
Hill,
news.
the parts
That's
they
good
could
news.
do.
Thank you.
Next week for Harvey Lake.
Hey, John, I'm having a little trouble hearing you sometimes. Can you move the mic closer to you, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a little bit better.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are you eating, Beth?
John? Oh, I'm sorry.
Ice cream.
Okay.
Oh, I need some
So
of that.
Pam,
Wait,
are
before
you
we get
there?
going, can I,
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Go
I'm
ahead.
here.
I just want, John,
I'm here.
did you see the message I sent you about, I got a message from Mr. Young, just making a request that we send that, that deputy health officer paperwork up to the state as soon as possible.
Yes, am I authorized to sign it?
We can certainly give you that authorization tonight.
If you can't, call me and I'll come in.
Okay. As long as there's consensus that we can do it with one signature, that's fine. Probably
Yeah,
best. with yours.
Whatever you need, John, just let me know and I'll address it.
Okay,
If you can do it, I'd appreciate it, but if you can't, I'll do it.
I'll try to do it.
Okay. Okay, so I'd like to move on then with the old business. I think we talked about this before. I'm on the budget process schedule. So John is working with the department heads to start preparing the budget and all that kind of good stuff. The point on this one is that we're going to encourage the budget committee members to listen in and view the budget deliberations that we have with the hopes that, you know, the department heads maybe only then have to give one presentation as opposed to one to us and then one separately to the budget committee. And also it gives the budget committee a chance to hear some stuff in advance, and maybe we're satisfied or understand certain things, but maybe they have questions. They can then tally those questions up so that then the department heads are ready with whatever additional answers they want, and they can be addressed relatively quickly at the budget committee's meeting. Pam?
Question?
Sure.
We had the fire chief on that warrant article for 7:30. Is that off or is he still waiting?
He's still here.
John, I guess I misinterpreted our discussion earlier this afternoon. Do we still have items to purchase?
I just wanted to, with Mark, there was it was the radio bids, I think, that I sent out that you were authorizing proceeding with or something.
Did that come separately?
Yes,
Okay, okay, so that one you want to go forward with.
yes.
Does everybody have the documentation that we're talking about? I do remember, Mark, you sending it. Does
Was it
everybody-
data?
There were three radio, that maybe you had the question on data. It was data
Yeah.
was a radio company. It wasn't a category. It kind of confused me for a while in terms of it was the individual prices, then the aggregate prices for a total of, correct me, Mark, but I think it was 33,000. And that's a
Yes.
warrant article.
The warrant article is 33,000 and the total price is 33,250. So I'd like to take the 250 out of the operating budget.
Is that, I guess, John, can we do that?
Yes, yes. You can always, you can always supplement a warrant article. You can't do it the other way around. You can't take from the warrant article to cover operating.
Oh, okay.
Take from
Okay,
operating
thank
to
you.
help supplement a warrant article.
Okay, so Beth, you have a question?
So where would you take the 250 from? Like from supplies or something, or?
From our equipment line. Typically we bought a couple pagers and a portable every year out of the operating budget, and we're obviously not doing that this year.
Okay.
So is everybody comfortable with what Mark is proposing? Or what, excuse me, does everybody
$250?
understand what Mark is proposing?
Yeah, he's asking permission for purchase of the radios from data for 33,250, with 250 coming from the operating budget and the remainder from the warrant article.
Okay. And wait a second, did somebody make the motion and second it already and I missed that?
No. And Mark, you taking it from which line?
I believe it's the equipment line.
I'll find it. I got equipment EMS.
I think it's equipment and hoses at about $11,000 is the budgeted amount.
Are you able
Yeah,
to
I
find
got
it? You found it?
line 610, tools, hoses, etc.
Yep,
You are good. Yeah, you're good on that line.
Yep.
Well, we only have 13% left in the whole department, though.
I
That
think
line's
there's,
good. That line's good.
no,
Well,
I think there's issues with some grant money that's showing as part of our operating budget. And once that is resolved, we're in much better shape.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking for a motion to approve the spending per the warrant for the equipment specified in the warrant, supplementing it with an additional $250 coming from the operating budget out of hoses and equipment line. Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Beth,
Yes.
Tim,
Yep.
Pam,
Yes.
thank you. Matt,
Yes.
and Hal is yes. Okay,
If I can, for
John.
clarification on the total expenditure out of the budget, that 183,000 will stay there, but you voted to accept 183 in grant money. So that's why that's down to 13%, because the grant money shows for 183,000 there, but you've already got revenue in for that.
Everybody, we've been through, Pam and I have been through this morning, so that everybody else understand what John's saying? Okay,
Yes.
okay, good. Anything else for the chief, John?
I don't have anything. Looks like
Okay,
Tim does.
Chief, Matt, no, you're Tim.
We could be brothers.
Yeah. Separated at birth, right?
Any updates on the truck and the ambulance, chief? Everything going good, or what's any quick little 2-minute? Didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I like doing that to you.
Nope, that's fine. Unfortunately, our salesman for the ambulance had a heart attack and went into cardiac arrest. And was transported to Maine Medical Center, where after 3 days in the hospital, they sent him to rehab. So he's doing quite well, and we're all glad for that. I've been dealing with the factory directly, and everything's all online for the ambulance. There's no changes. They expect it delivered by December 15th.
Is there any date to go down and see it first?
Oh, we'll go down. We have an inspection, 2 inspection schedules. Go down and look at it. So we make sure everything's right. They just sent us some paint chips, and so we make sure it's the right color. I don't want it to come in pink or anything like that. So we just approved that we're approving the paint scheme, and the fire truck is still on schedule for June of next year.
Nice.
Are we taking like our town symbol down? Are they putting that on? Or we put that on when you get here, or?
No, we'll probably send it down to them.
Yep, good, thank you.
On another quick note, if you stop by the Narrows Fire Station, Linda Smith did a wonderful job on lettering our new forestry.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Nice, Linda.
Thank you, Linda.
Beth?
What the radios? I'm assuming they'll be pretty quick, though, right? Getting the radios.
Yeah, we'll get those probably within a month. Yep.
I'm back and go.
Yeah, go ahead, Beth, and then Matt.
Well, Matt was quicker than me.
Go ahead, Beth. Finish up. Go ahead.
Do we have any plans of hiring another full timer, or now that we haven't had like any positive COVID cases, like for a while, right? Like what, a couple of weeks, I think. I mean, I know it's very fluid. It can peak at any time or stay low. How are we doing on staffing?
Yep.
I was wondering, I have one more question. You can answer that first. I'll ask you the other one after. Go ahead.
So we have posted the full-time position, and we have several applicants for that. And that closes on the 7th of September. And we do have a couple of call people in the wings that are interested in coming on board. And our third paramedic, we finally got her paperwork, pre-employment paperwork all straightened out. So she'll be starting shortly.
Good. And I can't remember. I know right now the governor, or he had as of May, June, April, whatever. He had laxed some of the requirements on having 2 EMTs being on duty. You could have like a non-EMT with an EMT, or to help get the numbers.
Yep.
Is that still ongoing? I'm not sure. Did that expire? I don't know.
I don't believe it's expired yet, although I'm sure it will be. If I had my druthers, I would keep it that way. But my opinion is if you need 2 EMTs in the back, you need 2 EMTs. If all the other EMT is doing is driving, you don't need an EMT. But I think they'll probably go back to the 2 EMTs once once COVID slows down more than it has.
But you guys have been doing a great job keeping track of everything, so that's good. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. Matt, you had a question?
It actually was just a quick comment that I wanted to make in public. The chief has been so extraordinarily helpful over the last several weeks, where we've been operating without a recreation director, and we're trying to continue with some fall programming. Especially, we made the decision to move forward with just an in-town soccer program, but the chief helped us secure a bunch of infrared thermometers and cleaning supplies and some of the stuff that we need to be able to do that safely, and put the Recreation Commission and those parents at ease that we're going to be able to do this and protect those kids. So I just wanted to say thanks to the chief while we had him on the line.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you. Beth?
Since I have a chief, I'm going to pick his brain.
Okay.
I thought you had said that the fire department had bought one of those UV lights to desanitize or disinfect whatever the ambulance, right?
Yes, that's actually coming in the new ambulance.
Oh, okay.
And we're actually trying to figure out if we can do one in ambulance 1, because that's sticking around for a while. And my goal is to, if we can, get that covered under COVID money so that it's not out of pocket.
So I had brought that up to the school as part of the reopening, and they really didn't know too much about the UV light. I had looked at some to do 1,000 square feet, like a portable unit would be able to, bring it into a classroom or bring one into town hall. It would clean 1,000 square feet. It was about $4,000. I'm not sure if you checked off on Co Brown's opening. We don't have the health officer. I thought Co Brown got one. Or something.
I think there's the new HVAC unit in the front of the building. I believe that has some kind of disinfection system in it. I'm not sure if it's UV or not.
So would you recommend us getting one for the town hall then, or?
Well, we have the fogger for town hall, and I think that will work pretty well.
The problem with the what you're suggesting is that for the central air is we don't have central air. We have all these separate units. It would work. Yeah, it would work. Putting in as a name for it, a MERF 13, I think it is, filter, or a UV filter. I forgot what it was, but there's some kind of a special filter. It's not a HEPA filter. It's better than that. But it doesn't work for our system because we don't have a centralized air system.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anything else for the chief while he's here with us?
Did you want me to stay on for are you going to be discussing the EpiPens?
Why don't we do that now if it's okay?
Yeah,
I was going to ask the chief a question on that.
I'm sorry.
Can we
Pam,
bump that in the agenda?
I'm having trouble understanding you. Can you say it again, please?
Can we move the EpiPens up to do it now while we've got the chief?
The EpiPen up.
Yeah, that's okay. So Matt, I think I shouldn't say you.
Yeah.
I put this on the agenda in deference to your question, do you want to speak to this first and then?
Yeah, if I could start the conversation, I think that would be helpful. And
Okay.
given the amount of attention it seems to have gotten from the public, I think maybe you now understand why I thought we should discuss it at the larger table. Frankly, my intent in bringing this to the board tonight is frankly just to get the board's blessing or stop to instruct the chief to look into this further. It comes from a request from staff at the transfer station who have allergies to bee stings, staff with severe bee sting allergies who had asked if we could keep an EpiPen on site. And I said, well, I don't know the answer to that. We'll have to ask the chief. The chief already did a little bit of legwork. It's certainly clear that it's not an easy thing for us to just, go buy an EpiPen and put it there, nor should it be. It's a controlled substance, right? But my hope tonight in getting it on the agenda was frankly just to get the go-ahead to have the chief do a little more homework and see what it would take to have one on site. The Citizens Forum letter that suggests if it's a matter of having bees on site, we should get them exterminated. There's always going to be bees in a pit full of empty cans or glass, right? It's just going to be attractive whether there's nests nearby or not. And seeing as that's going to be an inherent hazard to that workplace, I just wanted to address the concerns of that staff member by having the chief look into it a little more.
Okay, is there any further questions or discussion on that?
Can I add to Matt that I got attacked by bees there 2 years ago, and it's real. They do habitually spray, but those bees are in the cans the whole bit, and they can swarm angrily. I'll testify to that. My one point for me is, and I think Beth also is, we receive EpiPen training. It's what we do. It's a very easy item to be quickly trained on and administer. So it's not a huge, like a CPR course or anything like that. So that would be my input on that. And also, as it's an employee issue, I am curious about the Primex and all of that. So I do have questions that the chief could answer.
So let's go with Tim first and then Beth, and then we'll let the chief respond at that point.
I mean, a lot of my friends are allergic and they carry their own. So if they don't have their own and chief's only a phone call away for the ambulance, I don't see why we even need them. It's your responsibility as to protect yourself, so if the next situation is somebody is, allergic to pollen, now we have, where does this, you got to take a little action for yourself. That's my
It is a workplace hazard. It is a workplace hazard.
And he should carry one in his pocket for his personal protection.
But we
How
also
are we going to manage this? And who's going to maintain these? There's nobody qualified inside that gate.
Okay, so Tim's made his point. Let's let Beth make her point, and then we'll come back to the chief.
Well, I think the qualified to administer an EpiPen, like Pam said, it's, a 3-minute lesson. I think I've taken first aid CPR with Colleen through the fire department, and that was part of the, the training as well. But that being said, I think if you have a bee allergy, you should have an EpiPen. I mean, at school, I have recess duty. That's a work hazard, but the school doesn't buy my EpiPen. That would be my responsibility.
Okay.
Even the kids that go to school, they have to have one at school.
It's the child's responsibility, Beth, to have it there?
I'm turning off my video. So, right, like if at school, kids or staff would have to have one at school as well as one at home, or because kids can't bring them back and forth.
So it's their responsibility to bring it in.
EpiPen and bring it to work. Or even having two and leaving their own at work. I think, if we get in the habit of starting to buy EpiPens, I don't know.
Okay, so let's see. Do we want to let the chief talk first, or Matt, do you want to weigh in first?
I'd prefer to weigh in quickly. If
Sure, go ahead.
So the difference is that the bees are sort of part and parcel of the workplace that we are asking these folks to work in, none of whom we are offering health benefits, and then to turn around and say, go buy a $700 EpiPen and carry it around on your own so you can come do your job, seems like an unfair request to me. So
How long have these two people been working at the transfer station? Why is it just a problem the last couple of days? They've been working there for years.
my understanding, it's become a problem because they've been stung several times in the past short period. So, you know, I think it's up to us to address the requests of our staff who come to us with issues and concerns about their workplace safety. If we ignored it, now if the answer is no, we can't do it, that's fine. But all I'm asking for is for us to instruct the chief to do a little more legwork to look into what it would take to do this, and then we'll come back and decide if we're going to do it or not. You know, we don't even know if we legally can, right? We need to talk to Primex. We need to look at the ins and outs of what it would take to have that on site. We would need to have some policies around if we've got one in there and someone from the community is having, you know, goes into anaphylactic shock, is the staff supposed to offer that EpiPen, you know? So we'll have to figure all that out down the road if we decided to pursue this. All I'm looking for right now is the board's sort of openness to continuing this exploration a little bit.
Okay, let's let Tim talk and then we'll ask the chief.
We always, you know, beat up and down, chain of command, chain of command. Where is the public works director addressing this situation?
I think my understanding from a conversation with him was that it was brought up to him and he said it's not doable, and that was the end of the conversation. So then the staff came to me with the request.
Okay, so maybe
I thought we started encouraging staff to do that.
I'm having trouble hearing. It's somebody else on the line that's muted. I'm going to mute myself. Go ahead, Beth.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think if the staff went to their direct supervisor, they would then follow the chain of command. I think them going to the board, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that probably is something we should have them talk about because we do emphasize that. So I guess what I'm going to suggest, obviously up for board consideration, is that we take Matt's request to the chief and ask that the chief discuss that with John, both from a, you know, how might we do this perspective, but also to reemphasize the chain of command, just so we keep ingraining that.
Well, I think then we're still skipping it. I think we should be talking to the department head of that department.
I guess that's what I'm saying. It would be John's job to talk this through with Chris to one, you know, okay, if these things are coming up and you don't feel that the employees know that they can, you know, then ask, you know, Chris to talk to John. We need to make sure they all understand that whole process. And it sounds like maybe they don't. I mean, that's just my suggestion. But then I think the other component is just what Matt said. Separately from that issue is, should we and can we do anything? And I don't know the answer, and I guess I'm thinking maybe we should at least ask the chief to get some more information. That's my point. So Tim, what do you think?
I mean, where does it stop? I mean, you know, I know we got to take care of our employees, but how about, I mean, what about nitroglycerin? Everybody's going to have a heart attack. Do we have on that in everybody's back pocket in case something happens? I mean, to go to the extreme, I mean, you know.
I'll tell you what, you know, you bring up that point, and I guess maybe, John, maybe part of the discussion should be with Primex and our lawyers as to exactly how this would work. Do you want, if you're speaking to it, you need to unmute. You still look like you're muted.
I was reading the personnel policy. I was looking up something.
Oh,
So I muted while I was doing that. Because I wondered what the appeal process is if an employee is dissatisfied with a department head's answer, who is the next appeal to? And I didn't find where the personnel policy addressed it, but I didn't really look that long because I'm not sure if it's to me or to the town administrator or to the board, but that would be one question.
okay. So that's, you can resolve that by looking it up.
Yeah.
You don't need to do it now, but that's one of the answers we asked you to get for us. And then I think
In other words, it may have been appropriate for the person to go to Matt. I'm not sure how the policy is written, whether
well,
there's,
let's check it and then we can reinforce whichever way it is.
right,
Beth?
we ought to reinforce that. But I will check with Primex, but I am still anxious to hear what Mark has to say.
You know what? I've been putting Mark off. Let's let him talk now.
Thank you.
Well, I don't have a lot to say other than all of the issues that Ginger and Betsy brought up are all valid concerns. My preliminary investigation is that it can be done, but it is a little complicated as far as, where they can be put and what training you have. And it's just there's a lot of legwork. And that's kind of why I asked Matt to make sure the board was on board before I spent a lot of time on it.
I see what you're saying. Are people comfortable with that spending time on this? No, Matt, are people comfortable with Mark spending some more time on this? Beth, or Pam, hold on a second. Pam, are you trying to say something? Yeah.
Everything's very garbled right now.
Pam, can you stop your audio, please? Or no, your video. There.
My one point would be that because this is a workplace hazard, should staff at the transfer station receive preliminary training on administering an EpiPen? So if a coworker has and goes into anaphylactic and they have an EpiPen, are our staff trained in administering an EpiPen?
Well, I think that's all part of what we're asking Mark to investigate. What are the ins and outs of that? What are the, all the issues associated with doing that, or even the next step in terms of keeping the materials there and so on and so on. So I think the reason Matt brought it up is he's coming to the board and saying, would the rest of the board consider investing some of Mark's time in looking into this further? Am I paraphrasing that correctly, Matt?
Correct.
Okay, so Beth, go ahead.
So I think it should go through that department head. I think before we even have Mark look into it, I think we should have a talk with Chris. My other thing was, like, I'm assuming every department has like a fully stocked first aid kit. I would assume, right? And they would, so is that part of the, if we're going to do EpiPens, I'd rather them have some type of first aid training where we have, things they could fall into or get hurt. That would be more of a liability for us as well.
John? Oh, I'm sorry. John.
Yeah, this is something the Joint Loss Management Committee should be looking into, and I haven't looked into the details, but if you have a good functioning Joint Loss Management Committee, one of the things they should do every year is check the first aid kit. They should do a building inspection, and that's a part of the inspection checklist that they should go through. So, I'm not sure what the situation is, but it's worth looking into the Joint Loss Management Committee because, Beth, you raise a good point, but that's who should be overseeing that.
We do have a joint loss committee. I know that for a fact. I don't know when they last met, but I think if you talk to the police chief, he can fill you in on that.
By law, they're supposed to meet every quarter.
I know they met earlier in the year. I don't remember when. Okay, so going back to Matt's original question, are people comfortable with Mark spending some time looking into what might be required? I think Matt, what you're saying is you're not asking him to develop the protocols, the procedures, et cetera, et cetera. You're asking him to just lay out what types of things would be required. And then once we know that, well, and I shouldn't say what types of things are required, what are the pros and cons and all that associated with it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think the idea of just, if we can have a general sense of our willingness to support the idea, like, so if 4 out of the 5 of us are like, no way, there's no room for an EpiPen at the transfer station, then let's not waste the chief's time. The discussion of where it ends, I think, is sort of a straw man argument, right? That because we put AEDs at sports facilities, we have, anything that's an inherent risk to the environment is something that we have the duty to manage and mitigate. So I think having an EpiPen at a place that's crawling with bees is not a terrible idea.
Yeah.
The AED machine is for the public as well. So would that EpiPen be for the public? Because that was bought from a donation from a family. The AED.
I think we need to understand the ramifications of all that. And I think without at least a little bit of information or investigation from Mark and probably John on the insurance side and stuff, I don't think we can have a good discussion.
I'm just uncomfortable asking a department head to look into something for a different department. If that department head said no, I think that we should be looking at that. We wouldn't have the police chief tell Mark how to stock the ambulance. I don't want to step on toes. Chris is a new department head. I think we should, go through him first.
Okay, I personally think that's a valid point. How do others feel about it?
I think it is a good point.
I'd like to hear his opinion if the 2 associates at the transfer station are allergic, because I've talked to them about it when they had that, nest above the door that got taken care of, that if Chris just kind of waved it off like ha or whatever, Chris needs to be addressed in front of us, and then we can move on. But I mean, like I said, we keep beating every other department up, looking at the sheet of chain of command. It goes both ways. It goes across this whole town. So we need to stick to our policies and take the right procedures.
Matt?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify that I don't think if this is in fact the way it went, and Chris says, no, we can't do that, it may have been out of a lack of information or misinformation, or, thinking he was certain about something that may not be quite as certain as he thought. So, whereas this is the chief's sort of specialty area, yeah, I think it does make sense for him to be doing the legwork on this, but I also agree that Chris needs to be part of that conversation.
Can we suggest a meeting with Chris, John, and Mark to sort this out?
Yes.
That'd be great.
Okay, why don't we handle it that way? And I'll make a note to put this back on the agenda for, quote, a future meeting. I'm not sure if there'll be enough time between now and the 1st.
No.
What kind of bees are they, Matt? Did they say? Like wasps?
African killer bees.
Well,
Yeah.
because listen, they sold this thing on Amazon, and my husband was like, he's rather than pay $20 for anything. So it was a big gray bag. So a Walmart bag filled with air, tie it in a knot, and bees stay out of your yard, like those wasp bees.
Oh, okay.
It worked.
We're always looking for low-cost solutions.
No, my husband won't pay $20, I said.
I don't know the answer to your question. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we're leaving it that Mark, John, and Chris will discuss this and come back with some more information at a future meeting. If not the 1st, we'll target the 22nd of September.
And I
Okay,
appreciate Mark wanting to look into it. I just don't want to step on another department.
yeah, no, I think it's a good point. Let, let's let them get together and they can sort it out amongst themselves.
Thank you, Chief.
Anything else for Mark while he's here? Let me just go down my list. I don't see anything else. John, anything else for Mark?
No.
Okay, then we're going to move on.
Good
So I
night.
think-
Thank
Good night,
you,
Mark.
Chief.
Thank you,
Thank
Mark.
you. Okay, so moving on, we talked about the budget process and schedule. I'll just give a very brief update on the TA recruiting status. We're up to 34 applicants. So I think that's pretty positive. I sent in the comments that I received, and Alan has made the adjustments to the essay questions. So I think we're all set there. So I think we should start seeing some of the next steps happening over the next couple weeks. So I think that's going well. I'm moving now on to the Office of the Tax Collector. John, I don't know if you want to bring anything up now or whether you want to wait till non-public.
Non-public.
Non-public, okay. Also, I talked to John today. He got some feedback from some folks. I don't know, John, did you get the rest of the?
There are two that I still need.
Okay, so if you would, please.
I think you're doing a great job. And right now I'm learning how to do Seesaw for school.
Okay.
I'm saying you're doing a great job.
Okay.
And I appreciate you always answering my emails.
Okay, so I'm going to take that as a thing you'd like me to continue doing is answering emails. Okay. Seriously, if you have some points that you'd like to make in terms of how I'm handling stuff, reinforce stuff, or ask for some changes, I welcome the feedback. I'm far from perfect, and I'd prefer it be anonymous. So root it through John, if you would, please. And now we're moving on to the Library HVAC Award. John, did you want to speak to that, or do we need to wait for documentation on that?
The documentation is stale because it came out some while ago. So what I want to do is to put the three quotes that are under consideration together, along with the recommendation from Chris and why he recommended the one he did. So
Okay.
I'll try to have that for the next meeting for award. So
Okay, so that'll be the first. So you'll have to talk to him pretty quick.
yeah, well, no, he's got me all the information. I just didn't have time to get it to the board in an organized fashion.
Okay, well,
actually, I had sent it out in an email months ago, but I think in June when it was
I don't remember it.
first came around. So I want to put it together, make it clear. There's an option we're dropping from consideration, which was the $22,000.
Oh, I do remember that now.
So we're dropping that one. We're dropping that one from the list and considering the three that were somewhat similar, although the quality and the efficiency of the units did vary enough so that we're going to come in with a recommendation. And I should have that for you on the 1st.
Okay. So you and I will talk about agendas, but we'll make sure that gets on the list. Okay. Then I'm going to move on to new business. I'm going to inject an item here. Matt received a letter that I think he should at least read the first couple paragraphs of, or at least paraphrase the first couple paragraphs.
Sure. So it starts off, Dear Mr. Fry, we are pleased to inform you that the following outdoor public recreational project has been approved by the National Park Service for Land Water Conservation Fund assistance. And we've been awarded 88.
Wait, stop. Ready?
Oh, yeah.
We need the big cymbals.
There you go. Ding!
So we've been awarded $88,810 to go towards the development of a new playground for the town.
All I can say, woohoo.
It's very exciting. We're going to go ahead and the Friends of Northwood Recreation 501c3 has been doing some amazing fundraising efforts right along too. So our grant award plus at least some of what is in the bank account is going to allow us to build a really nice playground. The plans are to put it up next to the pavilion at the upper field at the Route 4 rec fields. There's a substantial amount of paperwork that needs to be done, and the board needs to look at all of the pros and cons of entering into this agreement. But I would hope that we're all on board that this is a good thing, and we'll address it at our next week's meeting, I hope.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, just to that point, the letter just came out. There are some things we have to review and approve. There wasn't sufficient time to do that, so we'll try to get that out to everybody, make sure we have it. And then at the next meeting, when we know exactly what we need to go through and sign off on, we'll have that more logistical-based discussion.
And actually, now that I said that, it may not be next week. We might have to kick that to. Did we decide we're keeping the 22nd for the other meeting?
Well,
Yeah.
we're going to keep at least the 22nd. We might also do the 15th.
Do an additional, because this is going to count as unanticipated revenue, so that's going to require a public hearing as well. So if we can do it all together, then that probably makes the most sense.
Okay, we'll work through that logistics. Let me just get it down on my list, please.
But while I have a second, I do want to say thank you to the folks from the Recreation Commission who put in a whole bunch of really hard work on writing this grant, and we put together a really strong package, and I couldn't be more proud of the work that went into this. So I'm happy that we're getting the payout.
Yeah, it's terrific. $88,000.
Yeah, I had mailed it. I mailed it to everyone, and if you read it carefully, it will have the conditions in there that are the key.
Okay, so
But I think the reason we're going for the 22nd is you need to have a week's notice in the newspaper if you go before September 8th, and after September 8th, the law has changed. So whichever meeting we have it after September 8th, if we meet on the 15th or the 22nd, we can vote on accepting and expending.
So let's just keep that on our to-do list, John, and we'll make sure we get that sequenced in properly when we go over our agenda review.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Matt, can you please maybe forward the letter along to Amy as well? That way she can.
I already let Amy know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, next up is sale of town equipment. And John, I think you said earlier today you want to hold off till we pull the documentation back together on this. Is that correct?
Yeah, this was advertised on the town website some months ago, but it's so far back.
No, go ahead.
I thought I heard somebody. So it was advertised it was put out there, but at this point, I think we ought to redo it. That's just my thought.
Okay. Very good. Okay, next up then is community support. So this goes hand in hand with the Lamprey River letter that you got asking for the funds that we had approved in the budget. And they're asking that those funds go to the Rockingham Meals on Wheels as their follow-on organization for this type of work. So at some point shortly, I'm going to ask for a motion to follow their to grant their request, which is to both send them money and to send it to their follow-on organization. What I would like the board to also consider and be ready to discuss at our next meeting is the well, you're not going to see it, but in the expenditure report on page 17, this is just one of quite a few community support agencies that we put into the budget. And some of them have come in and asked for the money, sent a note as Lamprey River has. Some of them wait for prompting. And I guess what I'm asking the board is, does anybody have a problem with us having John send out a general note to them saying that if they are interested in the funding, they need to send us the letter of interest or a formal request or a bill or something of that nature, which means we're essentially prompting some of these support agencies to request their money. We're in a default budget, so if you don't want to do that prompting, I understand, but I think in a lot of cases they wait for us to go to them as opposed to vice versa. Beth.
I think last year they all like asked for their money the last week or two of December, remember? And then that was like
Chaos.
chaos.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I
Don't
mean,
want to do that again.
They need to like ask by November 1st. Or,
Well, that's why I'm saying or suggesting anyway that we ask John to prompt them so that we don't run into that at the last minute. Pam.
Yes, I'm looking at their letter, and their letter would appear to be a prompt. Sorry, turning my screen off.
Yes.
So their letter gives you 4 options. So what I'm reading is they are prompting us for payment and giving 4 options for what can be done with this funding, how it can be expended to them, to Rockingham County. So this to me is a prompt asking for action, and it's a follow-up to several requests that we received.
Right.
So you're
this
saying
one,
ask them again for another prompt?
No, we're talking about 7 other agencies that haven't asked for money yet.
Oh, those, okay. I was still on Lamprey.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's what I was trying to say. Tonight, I would like to act on Lamprey. What I'm asking the board is, do you want us to have John prompt the others so that if they do want their money, we aren't being, billed or, getting their letter the very last day of the year? You understand what?
Makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Beth?
So they need to request it, right?
Well-
that's how it's worded. We can't just give them the money. So maybe
Yeah.
a blank letter goes out saying, all requests are due by October 31st.
Something like that, or at least just make them aware.
So it's not really saying, ask us for the money, you get it, but
Yeah, I think you've got a good point that I think we need to say in there, we need to have the request. If you're requesting funds from the town out of the 2020 calendar year, you need to have the request to the town by October 31st. If you're requesting money, and I'll do 2 things at once with this. If you're requesting money for the 21 budget year, make your budget request by September 30th.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense?
I think those both make sense to me, John. Does anybody disagree with that approach?
No.
Okay.
we just can't have them all waiting to the end of December.
No.
It's too
No.
much.
Yep.
No,
Well, especially.
Go ahead, Matt.
I just want to say, I mean, if we wind up having to freeze the budget and we've already, promised these funds, and again, this is not a place to. Wouldn't be my first choice of things to cut, right? I mean, I think this is a service that we need to stay devoted to. So, if we can get those requests in, get them processed, and have it so that we can again come into the end of the year with a really solid understanding of what's in the bank. So,
yeah, Beth.
And speaking of charitable contributions, we did give the food pantry a bigger check than we typically, but then we also talked about
Coming back and
potentially
revisiting it.
having more for them. I know on the news they've been talking about the food bank is like depleted. Have we heard anything from the food pantry at all?
I have not.
I know like the Masons used to give them money, but where they haven't done any fundraising, I'm not sure. I mean,
Why don't we have John check into that? I know that in a previous meeting, he reported back that our calls to our welfare person have not spiked at this point. Doesn't mean they orange, especially with the $600 per week federal funds dropping off. But I think you raise a good point, Beth. So let's at least ask the question so we understand where they're at.
Well, because people that were unemployed got that, but there are people
Yeah.
that, on Social Security, a fixed income, they didn't get that extra money. And I mean, I'm all for helping the community and helping, but I want to help Northwood first.
Yeah.
Well, where was the food pantry? I don't see that as a line. Was it under welfare? Was it under, I don't see it under community support agencies.
No, that's why I asked.
Oh, so
I think it was under welfare, wasn't it?
It might be under welfare.
I thought so.
Because the food pantry used to be in the basement of the town hall, and then it was moved over to St. Joseph's.
I'm not sure what, John, how about we just have John check into all of that and come back and.
I'll ask the welfare director.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're helping our citizens in our town too.
Yeah. Okay. So as I said, what I'd like to do tonight is decide what we're going to do with the Lamprey River request. And then I ask the board to support John in sending out those notes. So on the latter, is everybody comfortable that we send them out? Anybody disagree? Okay, so John, that's a task for you.
Yep.
And now I'm looking for a motion in terms of what we do with the Lamprey River request. Well, Pam, we need a motion first before a vote, please. Anybody want to make a motion?
No, that was to support John.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So moving back to the Lamprey River request, what's the board's pleasure?
Can somebody double check that that's what we had? I just looked, 4,500.
it
All
was
right.
45.
So yeah, I'll make the motion to appropriate to spend the full $4,500 appropriation in Lamprey River.
For the transportation they want?
Which option?
Yeah.
The option for Rockingham Nutrition, Meals on Wheels.
So yeah, so it would be option three is as they listed them.
Okay, I think that's the one that Pam was signaling for too. Was that correct, Pam?
Rockingham
Yes.
Nutrition.
Yes.
It's
I just
paid
want to make
full
sure I get the
amount,
name
and
right.
then they're going to take half of that and give it to yeah.
Rockingham Nutrition, right?
Okay, so that's option
Correct.
3. Do I have a motion to expend the funds per the Lamprey River letter, option 3?
So
So moved.
Okay, so Matt and then Beth is seconded. Is there discussion on that?
Who-
Hearing none.
letters like this, please give me money. Option 1 is this.
Yeah. Hey, we're in the vote now.
Love it.
You said discussion.
Tim?
Yes, yes.
Yes? Okay. Pam? Yes, okay, thank you. Matt?
Still with you.
Yes.
Beth?
Yes.
And Hal is yes. Okay, thank you.
So when I send that letter, I'll ask them to make sure Rockingham Nutrition addresses a letter to me in which they request that money and give us the contact information. And
Yeah,
also, I assume that we're budgeting in 2021 for Rockingham Nutrition. If this sounds like Lamprey is not temporarily closed. It sounds like they're done with that.
I think so too. We can ask them to verify that, or, when we talk to Rockingham.
Yep.
But a good point. Okay, I'm going to move on to community center COVID guidelines. So this is the community center down at the intersection of Route 107 and Main Street. You might recollect that we made a recommendation or approved a certain number of people can meet in the main hall at Town Hall. I think we're looking to do something similar here, plus also make sure that we establish the appropriate cleaning and stuff like that. So first up, I'd like Matt, if you could, you said you might have been able to go down and measure up down there.
I'm afraid I didn't make it down there with a tape
Oh.
measure.
Okay. Well, how do we want to handle this then? Do we want to table it till the 1st?
Yes.
That's what I would
Probably
suggest.
a great idea.
Okay. Sounds
What do you
good.
want to measure the perimeter, the inside?
Yeah, just to have a sense of how big that room actually is.
About a 30 by 30, don't you think?
I don't know, like it always feels small to me, but I think that's because the ceiling is so low.
Yeah. It'd be better to know for sure.
Yeah.
Rather than have the discussion.
I can get down there tomorrow and measure it out.
Okay. Then if you could just come to us with, a recommendation or similar analysis, or at least guesstimate as to what John did on the main meeting room.
Yep.
That'd be
I
good.
apologize for not getting to it in advance of tonight.
Okay, so that one is going back to 1 September. Okay, and then this is a related thing. I'd just like to know if the board wants to consider at this point in time any changes to the venue that we're using for our meetings. So right now we're using Zoom. Does the board want to consider any other options such as meeting in person in town hall, given the number of people that can fit in there? And for example, for the public live streaming it like we have in the past. There's a whole variety of other intermediate and alternate options. So my first question is, at this point in time, at this meeting, do we want to consider any other options, or do we want to wait another week or two before we even have this discussion? Anybody want to speak to that? Beth?
So I guess I'd like to know when we're opening town hall to have all the workers be in the building Monday through Friday, and then I could say whether or not I think we should be having our meetings there.
Say that, okay, I missed this. Say it again, please.
Since we're not going to be doing the cubicles or building walls and more offices, when will we be opening up the town hall, not only for our meetings, but for staff and public? I think it's not just one thing. It's we need to have a plan or.
Okay, so what your point is this is just one aspect of a bigger picture. Is that correct, Beth?
Yes.
Okay, so John, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I really think we need to get at least that wall built in the entryway to wall that area off with all those doors that go into different directions. It's a relatively simple project, but it's hard to find anybody able to do a simple project. As far as staff, we do have staff there 5 days a week.
Right, but all staff.
Yeah, there's only 2 staff members at this point that are really working mostly remotely.
So are we requiring doctor's notes to have working remotely now?
No.
It's been 6 months.
No, I believe that I'm relying upon the people to be honest in explaining their situation and their concerns.
I like to see him come back at least 2 or 3 days a week. That's my opinion. It's been 6 months. Give me 2-3 days in your office.
Okay, so I think the question is, does the board at this point want to get involved with this, or do we want to let the TA handle it? I think that's really, in my mind, the question.
Let the TA handle that.
I'm sorry, say that again, please. So what I'm saying is, I'll state my opinion, and then others can, weigh in. So from my perspective, we pay the TA to sort out this type of stuff. And I think it's his job to know the employees as the best, as opposed to any one of us. And I think it's his job to understand what the issues, rules, regulations, constraints, et cetera, are. And so my position on this is, we asked John to push on this because it's important to some of the board members that we get folks all in there. But my position would be, we tell him that, but make sure that he understands it's his decision. If we want to take that decision out of his hand, that's our prerogative, and we are certainly, within our rights to give him directives. So I think that's really what we should discuss at this point if people want to, take this further. So Beth, go ahead.
I guess we just still have no plan. We closed in March, and then Jim and we met that one time. We measured everything. There's still no plan. School started, school has a plan. Kids, at school, you have to have a doctor's note to be home. And it has to be you. It can't be a husband, a wife, or a mother that lives with you. It's you only. The guidelines, there's still no plan. The town, every time I go to Hannaford, the transfer station, that's all I hear is town hall's closed, can't get phone calls, which it's not. I understand that, but that's the appearance. We've had a default budget 2 years in a row. It doesn't look right to people that are home or are going to work. I'm not saying they're not working hours. I'm just saying it's the appearance of the town hall. I just would like to have a plan. If you told me, okay, we'll ease back and the people will start working 2 days a week until whatever, just a plan, just so I can say to people, oh, we have a plan.
Well, I'll speak to that as best I know, and that is, I thought John made the point earlier when he brought to us the renovation plans, where he said, when we can get these renovations done, he thinks the employees would feel comfortable working there full time.
Okay, so they're not gonna get done the way we want them. So what is the plan B?
Well, if we want John to do a plan B, then we need to direct him to do that.
Then we'll direct him. Because there is no plan B. We're gonna build that first, after we build that first wall there and put, the new secretary out there. Is everybody coming back? Is that the plan, or what's?
John, do you want to speak to that, or should we let Pam speak first?
I would just like to have a plan. So when we have, we have 34 applicants for a TA. So potentially we could have a new TA October-ish, right?
Yes.
So we should have a plan. So they're not, oh, here, welcome to Northwood. And then we're another 6 months. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess I'm coming from a different perspective, and that is, I guess I thought it was, in my mind, black and white. If we can get the office redone, we can ask people to come back in and they can work safely.
But the office being redone is for the new person that's already there. She's there, right?
No, but the office being redone is to, for example, change.
No, adding the wall. He said that there was no one that would do, that the jobs were too big or whatever, and the goal was to at least add the one wall in the foyer, right?
Right. That's to keep the public away from all of the rest of the staff. It puts another degree of separation.
So there's two things in it. Well, more than that, it's opening the town hall for meetings for selectmen or planning board or whatever. Having the employees come to work and then having it open to public. So I'm not saying open to public tomorrow. I just would like to know what the plan is.
Yeah, I don't foresee open to the public, meaning the public go into the offices anytime soon. For the next year or more than a year. I could see the public meeting in front of that barrier that we need to build. And then if the building inspector needs to meet with somebody, they go into the big meeting room or they go into an area other than taking them into their offices. I just don't see the public coming into the office space directly.
I think that if we tell the people the town hall's closed for another year, we'll be in default for another couple of years.
I'm not saying it's closed. I'm just saying they can't go beyond that barrier at the, you come in the door and stand in the hall, you can, do business there. Or if you need to spread out papers or something, you can go down in the big room and someone will meet you down there. But I don't see people coming in and wandering through the office space, just because, you know, I just don't see that happening with the general public.
Well, general public shouldn't be wandering to the office space. They
Exactly.
stop right there at the window.
Right, that's what I'm saying, is the window is, you've got to build that window to keep the general
So if
public.
you're saying though, the town hall will be closed to the public for at least a year, I am not okay with that.
I'm not saying the whole of the town hall is closed. I'm saying the office space is going to be closed to the public.
Do you understand what okay, so I think what John is saying is we can have visitors come to the office once the wall is built,
But they don't come into the
but they
office.
don't come into the
to that
office.
window.
They come to the window, and then if there's other work that needs to be done, either, like I've observed Scott take people into the meeting room, and just as John said, they spread out their plans, they talk through them, but they don't come into his office. Scott comes out of his office into the main meeting room. So I guess
So that's, it'll be open to the public once the window is there. And then they stop right there at in the
Right,
mini
right.
vestibule, the court. So that's a plan. What's the other two parts of the plan?
What other parts are you looking for?
So the other part that she's looking for is one, the employees all working back at town hall at full time. And then 2, meetings being conducted at town hall. And I guess on the latter, we are already conducting meetings at town hall. And my point in bringing this up is, for example, today on the BudFin, and Pam, I see your hand, I'll get you as soon as I'm done here. Today we had the BudFin meeting. There was 5 of us. I thought we had a good meeting. We did have a few technical difficulties. So the wide angle camera that I had hoped to use on my machine and then run the Zoom program didn't pan out because I had trouble with internet access. But if we had alternatively been able to get the live streaming running, we could have had the meeting in public, or excuse me, the meeting with the 5 of us. Public access would have been via live stream, and we would have been able to meet all the meeting requirements. The board can do something similar if we so desire. And that was the reason that I brought up this question, is the board at this point in time interested in doing anything like that? It's no different than the question I ask of the planning board. It's no different than I ask of the BudFin committee. I'm asking each one of those committees, how do you want to meet? So the BudFin committee said, well, we'll meet at town hall. The planning board said, no, we're not really ready to deal with meeting at town hall. We're going to continue to meet via Zoom. So my point on the agenda for this particular one is, what does the select board want to do in terms of their meetings? Beth, I think you bring up a good point. There's other aspects that we need to deal with. And, you know, I think we dealt with the one, which is when the wall goes up there, the first wall as you walk in, then we could figure out how to, then we can deal with the public. So then the only other question is, in terms of what John works out with the employees, what is the plan for that? And again, I'll just say, me personally, I'm not saying the board has to, but me personally, I say we direct that to John, and he'll tell us when he thinks that will work out. And if, you know, if he can give us some guidelines on timing, or he can give us some guidelines in terms of it won't happen until X, Y, and Z happen in terms of construction. You know, I think we could do it something like that, but other than that, I don't know what he can give you. But again, that's my opinion.
Well, I understand the wall for the public, but
Okay.
we have enough cubicle walls. Jim and I measured everything. There was 6 feet of space.
Well, I guess I guess what I'd say is if you and Jim had a subcommittee there and you worked with John on that, do you want to revisit that with John as a subcommittee, and we'll get you and another board member on that committee and revisit it, or how do you want to do it?
I just want to know what the plan is. I mean,
Okay, well,
it's just frustrating. We met, we did all of that. We did all the legwork, and I understand we hired John. He's a TA, but you've also said that he can't do all of the projects. We only have him for 20 hours a week.
okay, so let me break it down the way I see it. In terms of bringing people back to town hall and working, and Pam, just please bear with me. The way I understand it is right now, it's binary. When the major renovations are done, the employees have said they're willing to come back and work full time. So in my
I think
mind,
I'd be okay with that if there were doctor's notes. Not,
okay, hold on. Let me just tell you the way I see it. My understanding is it's binary. Okay? If we want to change that, we have 2 options. We can either direct John to do something like take a vote tonight that all employees must work 2 days a week, starting next week, 3 days a week, starting the following, and so on and so on. We can give him that directive. We hire the people, we can do that. And if that's what the board wants to do, then we need to make a motion and do it. The second option in my mind is we don't make the decision. We ask John to make that decision, and we tell him, look, it's important to the town, it's important to board members. Please figure out a way to expedite this. So again, in my mind, it's binary. Do we want to tell John what to implement, or do we want to ask John to tell us what he is looking to implement? So to me, it's black and white. So if I'll just open it up right now. If somebody wants to make a motion to direct John in terms of what % of the hours people need to work in the office, make the motion.
And can we just have a little input here? There's a lot of dialogue and people might have a comment.
Explain, please, Pam.
Oh, I mean, I've been trying to make a comment and have been stopped for a while. So can I make a comment before you ask for a motion?
Yeah, we're in discussion. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. John, I'm directing this towards you. Step 1 to me is get that doorway built.
Yes,
Is he still there? Okay.
yes,
So, and we're having trouble finding builders.
correct.
If that's the roadblock, have we put the ad out on our town webpage or on the community page that we are looking for contractors or carpenters to give a bid or assess on that? Can we at least put that word out that we need that wall built? That nothing moves forward till we get that entryway built.
Pam, I'm going to
Even if
interrupt
it's
you.
a temporary entryway, we agree with me on that it could be temporary.
Pam, I need to interrupt you because you're talking about the subject of the public. The discussion that Beth and I were having is in regards to the employees working at town hall.
If you'll excuse me, please. No employees get in there until that doorway's built, because the public's not coming in. You build that doorway, employees can be in the building because they're not going to be in contact with the public. So it seems like you got to get through step one, build the wall. And I can't believe I just said that. But the fact is,
Pam,
is
clarify
that
for me.
that
Clarify
doorway
for me.
has, so we need some contractors, because what you're saying is the employees will be safer inside the building
No,
if the public is at that doorway, and
I'm not
Yes.
then
saying that at all.
whomever can come out if they have to. No?
No, because the public does not go into town hall right
John, you
now.
did say yes.
The public
Mike?
does not go into town hall right now.
Correct. Hal, to heck with the-
Hal, I
Hal, we're
believe
not
the
talking
point that,
public.
right, Hal, I believe the
So
the
John,
point,
you were saying?
I believe, Hal, the point Pam is making, and I would agree, is that if we get that wall built, then we can have the public come into that hallway and do business with staff that's in the building. And it will help. It will be one step towards protecting the staff. It's not as far as we wanted to go, but it would certainly be an initial step to help us go in that direction.
And get the building open for staff
Yes.
if they know the public's not coming in. So that's my point, Hal.
I guess my point would be, the staff knows already that we don't allow the public in. Right now, we don't allow the public in. So I'm not sure how the wall changes the public not coming in. They don't come into the office now because the door is locked.
Well,
Yeah.
if you have employees in the building, like right now with the door locked, employees are at home. They don't have to come in because they're not dealing. So if you have the wall, then employees would be encouraged to be in the building because that wall would protect them. So they'd be able to deal with the public at the doorway, at the window. And that's it. The public doesn't come in, but the employees can be in because it's just them. They're sheltered inside there.
Okay.
So I just see it as if we want to get town hall open, which means the employees come back, step one is to assure some semblance of safety for them, and to restrict as many people as possible from building access.
Hey, Tim?
And Linda says the public is entering the building now.
How is the public getting in if the door's locked?
Yeah, that's my point. I don't think they're.
And you know, how many people actually walk
May I
into that?
speak? May I speak? I was in there one day this past week, and all of a sudden somebody was at the window talking to me. Because people, the door gets left open, people have walked in, but there's meetings going on, and when they come into that hallway right by the window, I think that's the area concerned, and I think that's why having that wall that comes out further will protect the people that are in the town hall working.
Okay.
People are walking right in to the building inspector's office. And Linda and I were together. We were in there, not yesterday, but the Monday before. And it was so crowded in town hall that I just left. I couldn't deal with it.
Okay,
There were so many people. There were more people in there than I've encountered in the.
So when you left, did you let John know you were leaving and didn't feel comfortable? Did you bring it up to your supervisor?
He was. I did. I talked.
Okay, hold on.
Linda knew.
Yeah, okay. So what I'm understanding from the discussion is that the wall doesn't resolve all the problems, but Pam, your point is that you feel it's at least a step in the right direction, and maybe we'll let them feel more comfortable coming in. I think I hear Susan and Linda collaborating or confirming that point. Am I speaking correctly for everybody here?
Roughly, yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure, yeah. Okay, so then can we let Beth weigh in, please?
I have a couple of points. if someone is letting people in, that person should be spoken to. That right there, that has to be addressed.
Okay.
I envision the wall being there for the public. I don't know if we can get plexiglass, little petitions or whatever, to make people feel safe in their own little cubicle area. You could even get, remember like the bank has those poles with a ribbon so people can't walk by. I mean, there's temporary things. I just think the wall open to public, I'm okay with. What is the step to get people in the building safely? I think the person should be spoken to let people in. Can we get a temporary little petitiony wall? There must be a way. There must be a way to have a plan.
Okay, so
Is the only town with this problem? What else are the other towns doing? I know Deerfield's opened back up. I know we have a smaller building and stuff, but there's got to be other towns out there that.
Some are open, some are closed. Where I work in Tamworth, it's totally closed to the public, other than for the town clerk, they can come into an entryway that is closed off that's about 3 by 3, and they can't go into the whole building. It varies.
Okay. Okay, so I think we've heard from certainly me.
Can I ask a question? Do we have like a doorbell? Like even if the town, say the building inspector has an appointment, can't the door be locked and have like a doorbell? So they have to ring the doorbell. You can get those wireless doorbells at Home Depot for like $50.
Oh, the door is always locked.
Right. So how was it full of people that Susan felt so unsafe she had to go home?
I'm
If
assuming
the door is always locked and he had an appointment with, Mr. and Mrs. Boudreaux, they came in and they shouldn't have been able to roam around.
no, they should have been down in the
big room, like we talked about.
Big room, yeah. Well, I think, to that point, even without constructing something, Beth, to your point, we could at least put something right there across. So it's very obvious. It might not be perfect because people will duck under.
I'm not asking for a police line with a chalk outline on the ground. Nothing crazy. I'm just asking for like something,
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna, oh, wait a second. Pam's ready to vote one way or the other here.
It's a wall.
Oh, okay. Yeah. How do we want to resolve this? So I guess I would say, based on the conversation, some type of barrier there, similar to what John was talking about, temporary maybe, and then as we try to get a contractor in, we can make it permanent. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Not what I'm saying, but
that's what I said.
That's what others are saying.
Oh, so John, what's your suggestion? You're right in the midst of this.
A project. I mean, we just got to find somebody or other. It doesn't involve electrical or plumbing. It's just simply, construction with a door and a little part of a wall with a window, plexiglass or something or other for keeping physical separation. I'm afraid, without a lockable door there, you're going to have trouble.
Okay, so then I think Beth's question was, Tim's question was, is there a way to expedite this, or what are your thoughts on that, John?
I've spoken to several contractors about the whole project, and I've asked them to separately tell me how quick they could do the other, and all the answers are it's quite a ways out. Unless somebody knows a retired builder who's interested in a simple project, I don't know how we're going to persuade somebody to come in for something that just a few $1,000s, if that. I mean, the materials for the project is going to be less than $1,000.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask every board member to, I don't want to do it publicly. I'm going to ask every board member to send John at least 2 names of people that might do this work.
I think we should be putting it like on the Northwood chat. We have all those little hands that are always.
That's fine too.
Yes.
That's fine too.
Can someone put that up there? I don't know how to do that one.
If you type up a little something, I'll post it on chat, or, I mean,
Okay.
There
Susan,
you go.
I think she
You can do it.
on,
I do it all the time.
yeah.
Okay, good,
Is
good.
that Susan?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes,
I think Susan does stuff for the planning board, don't you?
I do it for all boards.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got that resolved. In addition, I'm going to ask everybody if they've got any recommendations, please send them to John. I think we're ready to move on to the next item. Okay, so there's been a couple different discussions about cable. I know that one of the public comments, citizens forum comments, was about improving service in town. Pam raised a question about a federal grant. I'm going to ask John to speak to all of that and help us sort out where we should be going on this.
What I'm hearing about this grant is the timeframes are so short, it's hard to get somebody to do it. And what they're really focusing on is getting this to people who do not have any internet. So there are quite a few people in Coos County and Carroll and Belknap and up that direction who don't have even cable TV. And they're trying to see if they can get broadband spread out further. There are some towns in which the entire town basically is without internet, other than the library, you know, coming into the center of a small village. So people who want to do anything with the internet have to drive to the library parking lot or something like this. So that's who they're focusing on, not not so much increasing the speed for people who already have a cable TV option.
The governor spoke about that a few weeks ago.
Yes,
Yes.
there's money he put out there,
Yep.
but the conditions he put on it as such that the only people who are apt to be able to qualify have been working on a plan for several years and are
Right,
close
and it
to
was
ready to
places that
go.
you didn't have it yet.
Right, the places that didn't have it.
Yes.
Okay, Pam wants to raise a question, please.
Okay, can I speak? No, I want to raise the entire point. What it is that Northwood is a town where we have consolidated communication, providing internet service, and we also have Atlantic broadband. Our residents are faced with a myriad of losing internet connection because of many of our streets and our roads and our back roads are still on copper. We are unable to get any upgrades or anything possible because consolidated communication and for Atlantic broadband, which is running fiber optic now, they're not putting a lot of money into the community because we're small and many of our roads are short roads or they're back roads or there aren't a lot of homes. So they're not investing the money in the town. We have cut the contracts with these two companies, which have essentially the monopoly service in Northwood. So what I would like to know is if we could do a little research, ask our community. We're in a changing world where we have many people who are forced to work at home, many people right now who have to take care of their kids because the kids aren't in school. And if school opens, we will be looking at remote education. So having poor internet service in town is a deterrent to the town. When we talk about providing growth and getting people to move to Northwood, having good, strong internet service is something that is a boon for a town's economy to attract people to live here. Because many people are able to work from home now because of internet services. Many people have small businesses running out of internet services, schools running out of internet services, teachers running out of internet services. So we're not talking cable TV. In my talks with Consolidated Communication, which have been very extensive, I'm a telephone fan. But the fact is that when I was like, can you do anything for me? I cannot teach. I have to drive 50 miles round trip to get a stronger internet service. So the fact of the matter is, I called Consolidated Communication. What can I do? How much is it going to cost me to upgrade? And basically they told me that I should do it, that there was federal grant money, and that what I should do is go to my town hall and see if the selectmen would address this issue. To which I laughed and said, well, that's odd. I guess it was like, really? You want me to go talk to the selectmen? Okay. So essentially here I am representing a very vocal resident who just won't shut up. But the fact is that from what I understand of Consolidated, there is a substation that needs an upgrade before anything can happen in Northwood. And that is a question of talking with Consolidated Communications. So what I was kind of looking for this dialogue is, can we at least do some research, at least find out, at least see where we stand in the town? If 10% of the town has poor internet service, that's one thing. But if 50% of the town is unhappy with their internet service because there's nothing better, then that's kind of an issue that maybe we should just look at, research, gather some data on. I don't know whether we do a Google form for, a survey. How's your internet service? But I do think it's from the amount of people that I see complaining that are dependent upon internet service for their job, for their schooling, for their teaching, for whatever it is they have to do, even for us ourselves doing these meetings. Are we having the best internet service? Even at town hall, did we have the best internet service today?
Well, Pam,
So
I think
I would like to look at this issue.
if you go on Northwood Chat, at least once a day, right? How many times do you see, internet's down, right? Exactly. We live in the same neighborhood, Pam. I know it's really bad right here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
There is another option out there. First Light is a fiber optic company that's providing service along Route 4 in a way. The problem becomes penetration further out into the community, but you could get a fractional T1 line or otherwise they can run fiber. But like I said, exactly where in town they go beyond Route 4 is the question. It becomes one of economics. The one option that some towns are considering is town meeting are passing bonds to run fiber in the community, but it is expensive procedure and it's a complex one. But the law was changed a couple of 3 years ago to allow the towns to get in the fiber optic business to expand internet if you wanted to do it, but it's expensive.
Matt, you wanted to speak?
Would we then be able to lease those utilities back to the cable providers? So if we ran lines as the town, would we then be able to go to, say, one of the larger providers like Comcast and say, okay, we did the hard part. Do you now want to enter our community? Because I think the general assumption is that we as the municipality are providing a small handful of companies a monopoly over our cable and broadband. Whereas the truth of the matter is that the other companies don't want to come into Northwood because it's cost prohibitive for them to do so, to run new lines. Right. So, I mean, if we were to invest in it as a municipality, is there a return on investment at some point there, potentially?
Negative.
Potentially.
Most towns that have studied it, well, no, I'm not going to say. Pam's asking that we investigate it. Where does it fall on the priority list for us?
Well, it sounds fairly high for Pam. Maybe she could, I could point her in the direction of some of the towns that have been researching it.
Well,
research it.
I mean, yeah, and maybe that's the point.
Well, I don't think it's the selectman's job. I mean, that's not really.
we get John doing too much as it is. So
Right.
if you
I
want
mean-
to take the
That's
bull
why
by
I'm
the horns
asking,
and get
where's the
information, go right
priority?
ahead.
So I think it is important to the town. I think people in town, you know, especially school starts next week and it's remote, you know.
Yeah.
So
Well-
I think internet is really important, but maybe that's something like the new TA could start tackling on, not like
Well,
John.
either that or we form a committee to start looking at this. And, you know, that might, I think Pam raises some questions, as does Matt. And there's a certain amount of knowledge that we don't have. So the question is, how do we dig it out? You know, when we have questions about the roads or different things, we form the Highway Advisory Committee.
Might be good to reach out to the two schools too.
Yeah, well, that's the other point. You know, this isn't just a town. You know, this could be really community-wide from a variety of, and businesses might want to get involved too. So it could be a bigger joint committee than just us. Matt, I'll let you speak, and then let's figure out how we want to maybe take the next step on Pam's suggestion here.
Sure. So I'm already just poking around on some of the FCC funding opportunities, and there's a million of them. But my sort of first blush here is that, you know, if there's a dedicated group of residents who want to take this on as a mission, this could be, you know, pretty popular petition warrant article. And it's a lot easier to get a groundswell of support coming from the town as opposed to the five of us sometimes.
So I'm sorry. So what are you recommending or suggesting, Matt?
I mean, it's worth us looking at the grant programs, but, you know, I would say concurrently, if there's a group of people who want to explore this as a petition warrant article, as opposed to something coming from us, I would encourage residents to do that.
A petition article to specifically do what, please, Matt?
If the group was like, we need to bond out infrastructure improvements, they can put that on the warrant.
Okay. How do other folks feel about that? Is that the approach we want to take at this point?
We already have like a cable advisory committee or something, don't we?
It got faded out. We had one.
Hey, that leads to a question. I have a right to know request for our cable franchise agreement. At one point, there was a continuing agreement signed by the Board of Selectmen in 2011 to continue until a new one was negotiated. Was there ever a new one negotiated?
I'm pretty certain there was. When Brent Lemire was here, we had our first one. So that was back in about 2008 or 2009. And then it runs for 10 years. So that would take us up to about 2018 or 2019. So that sounds about right.
Well, it was 2011. I saw a note in 2014 where they'd had a public hearing on it. So it sounded to me like
Oh, I might be
what I
thinking
found
something.
as far as 2014, they still hadn't gotten an agreement. So did they get one at some point? The file ends about that point. I don't know if they filed it somewhere else on the computer or what happened, but Brent's the last name I see. I agree.
Yeah, it's a multi-town agreement. So really the way it works is, you know, the different towns go to a meeting. At least the way I remember it was the cable companies pretty much dictate the terms. We try to negotiate a little bit, but because we're all individuals, you don't get very far. And as Matt said, there's not a whole lot of people interested in this.
I'll give a call to Grace McNamara, I think her name is, at the regional cables, and see if she has, you know, it very possible. It did look like they were looking at a joint agreement with several towns.
Oh, I might be wrong on that, but I remember Brent saying something about multiple towns being involved. So
I'll look into that. Okay, I'll look that
I mean,
way.
every town signed their own contract, but the contract was a uniform contract across multiple entities.
Okay.
Are people comfortable with that as the next step, or do they want to take other action?
No, it's a step forward and we can bring it up again when we find out a little bit more.
Okay. John, when you find the contract that we are under, would you please share with the rest of us?
Yeah, that would apply just to Atlantic Broadband.
Right.
It's pretty clear you had something because Atlantic Broadband notified you when they were buying out MetroCast, which was
Right.
required by law. But,
And then it's also Consolidated Communications. I'd like to know what's the holdup with Consolidated Communications. If it is that substation they're talking about that needs an upgrade, then maybe just find out, is it scheduled to be upgraded? Is there any intention for them to work on that infrastructure?
we don't have an agreement, to my knowledge, with Consolidated Communications. But I will see if the PUC would normally oversee them.
Because there's a lot of people that are still Fairpoint.
But yeah, well, didn't Consolidated Communication buy pieces of Fairpoint, which had bought pieces of Verizon?
Right. So they control the Fairpoint internet now.
Any further discussion?
No, as long as we've got it out there and a start.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to move on to the focus topic. I think I can keep it relatively brief. The bud fin, oh, sorry, Matt, go ahead.
So I just want to point out, we skipped over the discussion of COVID funds for center school improvements. If you wanted to get into it, or if you'd rather kick it down the road, it is 10:20.
And I've got probably an hour of non-public.
Yeah, we got to do the non-public today.
Okay. Then I think that sort of answers that question, Matt, if you're comfortable.
It's fine. Yep. And I actually did a little homework around that discussion of, you know, the no means no piece. Unanticipated revenue isn't necessarily held to that same standard, including grant funding. So if we wanted to do it, we could do it through CARES Act funds.
And we're meeting next week anyway, so.
Yeah, so why don't I add that revisit, okay?
Yep.
Oh, I already have that down. I feel like we're having that discussion again. I have it down for September 1st already. So, okay. I'm going to be real brief with the year-end expenditure projection. Pam was there with me today, and I just want to repeat publicly, the subcommittee consists of Pam and me. We have resources, John, Paul, and Ginger that come to the meeting to help give us information, help the discussion, help provide details, things like that. But the subcommittee is Pam and me. We, with everybody's help, put all that together. I sent you the spreadsheets. You see the spreadsheet has some changes to it, but the bottom line is still about the same as what we had projected the last time. We're running about 3% of the budget that we think will be favorable by 3% of the budget at the end of the year. That's what we're projecting. That's a bit low. And I think in the interest of time tonight, I'm just going to ask folks to think about whether it's time to consider other spending controls or not, or spending cuts on specific items. And then when we have I guess what I'm going to recommend is you give us one more look at this, meaning that we wait till the end of August numbers are available, which, as we talked about before, will probably be the next working day that Glenn or Greg comes in after the first of the month. So we might not have an answer for you on the 8th, but we certainly would at whatever the subsequent meeting is. And at that meeting, I'd like to have a hard discussion as to exactly what we want to do relative to our budget projections and any controls that we would like to consider. So unless somebody has a specific question, or Pam, if you think I misrepresented anything.
No, I'm actually happy, Hal, because you had said I would be speaking on this and you just covered it all.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we didn't miss anything. Okay, anybody else have any points, or are we comfortable moving on to non-public? I guess I wore everybody down. So do I have a motion to go into non-public for John, A, B, and C?
Yes.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Roll call vote. Pam,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
Tim,
Yep.
Hal. And I'm going to suggest that we go into non-public, but take a 2-minute break so that we can. Tim, did you want to say something first?
Susan's gonna give it to Matt.
Yeah, okay, yeah, good point.
And
And then
is
I'm
it
gonna stop
just the board and John? I'm sorry.
Yes.